Hi everyone, Mark here from Better Call Mark. Before we dive in full transparency, disclaimer, I am not that as expert. Okay? This series is my journey to learn and share insight with you. If I misinterpret anything, I apologize in advance. Also, please correct me in the comments. We are all here to grow. Now, welcome to my episode 1 of our BIM Standards Deep Dive. Today, we are exploring the BIM Guide from Penn State Computer Integrated Construction Research Program. Guys, think of this as a study session, not a lecture. Okay, let's unpack its collaborative workflow strategies together. In front of your screen is the first page of that document. The BIM operate, construction, design, and plan, or BIM Project Execution Planning Guide version 2.1 release on May 2011. So today is 2025, so it's almost 14 years ago. Okay, a Building Smart Alliance project sponsored by Charles Pankow Foundation, Construction Industry Institute, Pennsylvania State University, partnership of achieving and developed by the Computer Integrated Construction Research Program at the Pennsylvania State University, or the Computer Integrated Construction Research Program. Alright, so this is the first page. Again, disclaimer, I am not that expert. This is not a lecture, but this is a deep dive together with me. Okay, so the second page of this book, okay, I hope you can see it clearly, and then we can all read together, is the executive summary of this book. Okay, it describes what is BIM for them. A building information model. A building information model is a digital representation of a physical and functional characteristic of a facility. Okay? To successfully implement BIM, a project team must perform detailed and comprehensive planning. Okay, so according to this, so BIM is a digital representation of a physical and a functional characteristic of a facility. So we have what you call virtual world, and then we have what's called real world. Again, this is my own interpretation. Okay, virtual world is something that you can see a version of a real facility or a facility. Maybe we can call it a building, we can call it a roads, or we can call it infrastructures. This is a real facility, okay, or real project that is inside a virtual world. A virtual world is basically something that you can see it in a provided by a gadget, like for example, like the computer, like the cell phone, like the iPad, like the tablet, and like any other gadgets nowadays. Okay, now they said in this document that to successfully implement BIM, a project team, okay, a project team must perform, okay, must create, must produce a detailed and comprehensive planning. Okay? And that activities is by producing a BIM execution plan. Okay, remember the word BIM execution plan. A well documented BIM project execution plan will ensure that all parties are clearly aware of the opportunities and responsibilities associated with the incorporation of BIM into the project workflow. Okay, the BEP ensure that all the parties, who are the parties, like the client, the designer, the contractor, the subcontractor, the specialist. So using BEP, sharing it to the parties, ensuring that the parties, it gives clarity and awareness of the opportunity of the BIM and also the responsibility that they have to do. Okay, it says also here at their executive summary, a complete BIM project execution plan, completed, okay, a completed BIM project execution plan should define the appropriate uses for BIM on a project. Okay, so if I receive a completed BIM project execution plan, when I open that document, I should read the BIM use defined on that BEP. Okay, and the example are the design authoring, design review, and the 3D coordination, along with a detailed design and documentation of the process for executing BIM throughout a facility life cycle. So it mentioned the word process here, process for executing BIM. So I have the BEP. You can see the BIM uses defined, identified, okay, and then I can read the BIM uses along with the detailed design and documentation of the process for executing BIM throughout a facility life cycle. Okay, so interesting. Okay, sabi, what it said, once the plan is created, remember this is a document, the team, okay, can follow and monitor their progress against this plan to gain the maximum benefits from the BIM implementation. I will replace, in order for you to obtain the maximum benefits of the BIM as it is implemented to your project, okay, you must create a plan so all the team that is involved in that project can follow and monitor their progress against this plan. Okay, so we have 134 page. Okay, so I hope we can complete it in 1 hour. Okay, and then see now. I actually read this already, but again, our brain can only recall. Okay, can our brain cannot store information for a long period of time, but it can be reminded. So although I read this one and I will not tell you that I remember everything, but I am reminded, I am being reminded right now of what I read, or when I read this document, right? Okay, I remember that this guide, okay, this is a BIM execution planning guide. Okay, this is a guide. Okay, this guide provide a structure procedure. This guide provide a structure procedure as displayed in figure I-1. Okay, so this is the figure I-1, the BIM Project Execution Planning Guide. Okay, the BIM Project Execution Planning Guide. Okay, so by the word itself, the BIM, so Project Execution Planning Procedure. So it's a procedure, it's a process that have to be followed. Okay, okay. For the guide, this guide provide a structured procedure. This is a structured procedure, a display in figure I-1 for creating, this is the purpose, for creating and implementing a BIM project execution plan. The first step, so there is a first step within the procedure include, okay, these are the first step. Okay, we are at the executive summary. So definitely this first step will have a more detailed explanation on the next coming pages. Okay, first identify, okay, the first step of this procedure that the guide provides is one, we have to identify the high value BIM uses during project planning, design, construction, and operational phase. So the word is identify, or we need to figure out, okay, the high value BIM uses. It means there will be a lot of BIM uses, but not all of them are with the high value. So we need to identify what are the high value during, okay, during when, okay, during the project planning, design, and construction and operational phase. So basically this is a phases of the construction. So we have a planning, we have a design, we have the construction and operations. So what I know here is when you are starting to think about the BIM, okay, I maybe we can just continue. Okay, the second step, okay, the second step is the design, then design the BIM execution process, okay, by creating a process maps. The reason why I stopped my explanation earlier, because it will be discussed eventually later on the coming pages. So I stop myself because this is basically a presentation. This is a summary, and this is the presentation of the steps or the procedure. So so I can have what I call it a smooth explanation of this document. If explained more detail on the next pages, then I will also put my interpretation. Okay, first step, identify the high value of BIM uses, okay, during the 4 phases of the project. And then once you identify the BIM uses, okay, we have to design what the process, okay, by what method or by what means we have to create the BIM execution process. By creating what are we have to creating a process map. So we have to create a process map. After we identify the high value BIM, we have to design or we have to create a process map. Okay, and then number 3, let me repeat, we identify the high volume BIM uses for all the phases, we design the process map, and then we have to define the BIM deliverables in the form of information exchange. So the next step, define the deliverables. What are the deliverables? In the form of information exchange. So this is a setting where we are going to exchange information. What information we're going to exchange? And the last step is to develop the infrastructures in the form of contracts, communication procedures, technology, and quality control to support the implementation. Okay, so so this is the page number 6, and okay, the research team wishes to thank the sponsor. Okay, the team also wishes to thank the student, Penn State. Okay, no need. Sponsor, Charles Pankow Foundation, Construction Industries Institute, Penn State Office of Physical Plant, the Partnership of Achieving Construction Excellent Pace. Also, okay, the sponsor director, Robert Chenner, Executive Director. Probably if it's done 2011 now, they probably bigger than before. All right, so this is the table of contents. So executive summary, we already read that. Okay, authors and contributors, yes, this is the one that we just read earlier. Reader's guide, acknowledgement. Okay, so chapter 1, let's go to the business. Overview of the project execution planning procedure for BIM. So on this chapter, we are going to have the introduction of the building information modeling. So the definition of building information modeling, we are going to read that. And there is a question here, why should the project team develop a BIM project execution plan? So in their own assessment, in their own report, the question, why should a project team develop a BIM project execution plans where will be discussed and answered. Okay, number 3, the BIM project execution planning procedure. Okay, so now after they answered the question why we need it, then they will explain the procedure. And then here at the chapter 1, section 4, what are the information is included in the BIM project execution plan? So it's just also a informative information from them, no? And here, who should develop the BIM plan? Okay, I was thinking that the person who should develop the BIM plan is the project manager. Okay, number 6, what meetings are needed to successfully develop the BIM plan? So it's identified that there is a meetings that have to be done, and here they will identify what kind of meetings. Okay, how does the BIM planning procedure integrate with the national BIM standard? So here they mention that a national BIM standard has to cross-reference with this document, no? So we have BIM planning procedure, and this is that document, and then how it will be integrated with the national BIM standard. Okay, but remember, this is way back 2011, no? Okay, chapter 2. Okay, after we discuss overall why the overview of project execution plan procedure, then in this document here is a pretty interesting a chapter as well, because here we are going to identify the BIM goals and the uses of the projects. We are going to be more specific. Okay, here it explained that, because here there is there in the chapter 1 section 4, what information is included in project execution plan. I believe that one, or the most important thing in the most important information in the BIM execution plan are BIM goals and BIM used for a project. Now here they define the BIM goals of the project, and then secondly, in the chapter 2, it also describes the BIM uses. Okay, and then there is a word here, begin with the end in mind. So probably they were advising us to think about the ending. What are the things that we need to achieve? So so it's a pretty interesting approach that we have to take into account. Okay, and then number 4, BIM use selection procedure. So not all the BIM use has to be done on the project, and then they were advising us how to select the proper BIM use. Okay, chapter 3 of this document. Okay, after we at least somehow manage to see the overview of the BEP, then we go to much more specific. Here in this chapter, they identify that BIM goals and BIM uses are important to be identified. And then on the chapter 3, okay, of this document, it is already discussing the process. Okay, so designing the BIM project execution process. Okay, actually this chapter 2 and chapter 3, it's they already mentioned it in this overall summary of the documents. They mention here that we have to identify the BIM goals and BIM use. You can see in the chapter 2 that the BIM goals and BIM uses are being defined, no? And then after that, once we defined, remember that BIM use, it says that how to, there is a chapter there, or there is a section there saying that how to define the BIM use. So basically, we remember that BIM uses is not only happen to one phase of a project. It means it can happen in a different phase. Like here, there are 4 phases mentioned here. Okay, operate, construct, design, plan. So different phases could have a different BIM use to apply on the BIM, which is also needs to identify in the BIM execution planning. Okay, so designing the BIM process. it's a process. Let me give you what the process that they were talking about. So here, just to give you, we have this BIM execution process. So we have here in appendix D, I already separate it. Okay, in appendix D, there is what you call a process map. So these are all the BIMs in this document, and actually this document, they already provided the process. So it's a beautiful document, no? So we have, just to give you browse, okay, just to give you a glimpse of what process that they were talking about in creation of BIM execution planning. It's a process. Remember, BIM is a process. So how to execute a BIM. So you have to have a process. Like for example, here you have validate the program, author schematic design, and then these are the BIM use, and then after all, considering all the BIM use, and then you can have your own BIM model here, author design development, and then you have another BIM use here, BIM use. So this is a process, huh? Okay, and then here there is another BIM use, to call it existing condition modeling. So these are the suggested process for that existing condition modeling. Also, there is another BIM use called cost estimation. So a BIM, you will use it for the cost estimation, and then just like what the project BIM execution guide mentioned, that we must know how to create a process. So here we have for 4D modeling. So BIM is a process, and this is a process that we have to create, and then we let everybody know, aware of how this process would go along completion of the project. So again, we have another BIM uses it with site analysis. We have a programming, we have a design authoring, we have a design review, and then we have a level energy analysis. Okay, we have this structural analysis, we have lighting analysis, and then we have this design coordination, and we have site utilization planning. Okay, those are the BIMs, 3D control and planning. We have record modeling or as-built modeling. We have maintenance scheduling, and we have building system analysis. Okay, and to summarize what we have learned so far in the BIM execution planning, they said that we have to identify the BIM goals and then BIM use. Okay, and then it should not be identified by the one person only, but you must have at least a person who is taking the lead of that meeting, and then asking collaborator, or asking valuable people, or asking important people who could brainstorm what could be the BIM goals on this project, practical BIM goals of the project, and the practical BIM uses of the project. If it's already identified and agreed by everybody what is the BIM uses, then the BIM or the BIM execution planning must create a BIM process to be approved by everybody. So this BIM process must be something that people should or strictly follow. And then once this is already in the BIM execution plan, then people should at least compare what they were doing all the time to this BIM execution plan. Okay, so here in the chapter 3, so we have design the process. Okay, forget about this word, but design the process. So here it explains how you are mapping the process, execution process, creating a BIM overview map, creating a detailed BIM use map, and symbol use to process map presentation. And after that, on chapter 4 of this document, although we are just already at we are just only at the chapter 7 out of 126, so maybe less than 3% of this page, but because of the appendices it looks like too many. But again, in the chapter 4, our expectation that we are going to find out how to develop the information exchange, no? Pulling the information through the project and information exchange worksheet. So in BIM, when you say it information, it can be a geometric, it can be a geometric model, non-geometric model. It can be it can be just only an information, or it can be a PDF, it can be a video, it can be image. So those are information, and the verb or the word is exchange. So it's exchange, how to develop exchange. So basically it will just only list all the output or the information that we are going to exchange, and then we are going to identify who is the responsible, what manner, who will approve, etc., etc. We are going to develop to see it later, no? And then the last, remember that in these documents, that in the BIM execution planning, it says here that there are four major process. Okay, so identify the BIM goals and uses, design BIM process, develop information exchange, and develop supporting infrastructure for BIM implementation. That involves what are the strategy, the contract that has to be there, communication procedure, the process, and then technological infrastructure need and model quality procedure. That is important. Yes, we already identified the BIM goals, BIM uses, and things like that. And then after that, we have to figure out how we are going to quality control the information that we are exchanging. What are the participation of the other people. So here, on the last process that this document heavily emphasized is the chapter 5, define the supporting infrastructure, okay, for the BIM implementation. That means that we have to have at least discuss the BIM project execution plan overview, okay, at least as this is a summary of what of the BIM execution plan. We also have to discuss the project information, the key project contracts, the project BIM goals and BIM use. Because this is a infrastructure, the structure, no, the structure of the BIM. So here we have the project information, project BIM goals and use. Okay, this is like the documents that we will have to complete. We have the BIM process design. We mentioned it here. The BIM, the process. Okay, we have the information exchange. So this is the information exchange, how we are going to structure it in these documents. They provided the template. And then BIM, so BIM facility and data requirements, collaborator procedure. These are the structure that the structure or the template, the BIM template has to have all of these things answered, no? Model structure, project delivery, and delivery strategy. So basically, this is a template which is mentioned over here, just to give you an example, that they have this template, like here, what we read. So this is appendix BIM execution plan template. What I just read on that sheet is it's here, no? So BIM project information, project BIM goals. So it's basically similar into here. Okay, so it's really this is really the infrastructure of the BIM execution plan, and this is the document that has to be shared to everybody. So in this document, in this standard, they provided a 18 sheet of template that a BIM planning has to use or suggested to use, okay, in order for them to create a well concise, we call it concise and comprehensive BIM execution plan. So here, if you are a BIM manager, you have to answer the project owner, project name, project location, contract type, delivery. So you really have to really have to pick into a story. Okay, you have to identify what are the BIM goals and BIM objective, and then we have to identify the BIM uses here. Okay, and then we have to identify the BIM roles and responsibility, who will be the staffing. Then this is example of the process map. We have to identify the process. We need to identify this. We need to create a process maps here. So basically, process map is already here. If you are making a BIM execution plan, you can copy, modify, or make the process map written here to be project specific to your projects. Then you have here the information exchange. So based on this documents, you could list down all what you need, and then you can have a monitoring, who will be the author, who will be sort of like that. So here you have a meeting procedure. You can identify what are the different kind of meetings. So it was actually mentioned on the statement, on the table of contents. You have a model delivery schedule, interface work. Okay, so what are the file. Okay, quality control check, how you are going to check the BIM submission, model accuracy and tolerance. Software, you have to identify the software, the computer, what type of computer, modeling content. So all of this must be answered, and then this could be a good start dealing with the project execution plan according to this document. So we are just at least at the page 7, but we are already having the glimpse of what is the whole PDF is talking about. So implementing the BIM project execution planning procedure. Okay, so we have here meeting the structure, developing the project execution plan. So planning, meeting schedule, monitoring the purpose, again BIM execution plan. As I mentioned here, there is a statement here defining what are the different kind of meeting. Okay, so we have design coordination meeting, then we have BIC planning demonstration, BIM requirement kickoff meeting. So and then we have a way to monitor against the BIM execution plan. So chapter 7, they mentioned the BIM project execution planning for organization or for the team. Okay, what are the BIM goals, BIM uses, the process map, BIM information exchange in developing the project execution plan, or call it BEP. Okay, so there is in this document, chapter 8, they have conclusion and recommendation for BIM project execution planning. I hope it's still valid and important these days, because again, this is already 14 years ago. Now it's 2025, and this document published at around 2011. Okay, and then there is appendix A. This is the BIM goal worksheet. Okay, so let me show you. Actually, the BIM worksheet is below, but here I already, as I said, I already read these documents, and I am just to expedite. Okay, I already separate it. Okay, so I have this BIM goal worksheet. So we have to identify what are the most important, what are the values. We have to identify the BIM goals, and then what will be the added value in the constructions or in the operation, and what kind of BIM used to be used. Okay, so it will provide example later. Okay, so we have identified the BIM uses, but in appendix B, there is a description there is a description of the BIM uses. So as I said, I already separate it, so I can immediately show to you what the appendices says that here. So define structure BIM appendix B, BIM use description. The BIM description is already 22 page. Okay, so here it's just explain what are the BIM uses. It enumerate the BIM uses, and then it provide explanation. It describe it. It says the potential value, the resources required, competency, and selected resources. So this is a 22 page. They have a building system analysis. It describe, it explain the value, it says that what are the resources needed, and then we have for the asset management, we have the space manage and tracking. Okay, so disaster planning, and then record modeling, site utilization modeling, construction system design or picture virtual markup, digital publication, 3D control and planning, 3D coordinations. Design authoring is basically design modeling. No, a lot of architect thought that the BIM will just only end up at the design authoring, but apart from design authoring, there's a lot of BIM use. Okay, engineering analysis, this is another BIM uses. Okay, this have sustainability, LED, and then code validation. And then we have design reviews. This is one of the most important BIM uses here. Programming, and then we have site analysis. Okay, there course phase planning for the basically, if you are creating a BIM execution plan, you can just really try to understand it and then copy it and discuss it. It's like what it says here, that you as if you are the BIM manager, you must be aware of this one. You can call to all the stakeholders needed in the production of BIM execution plan, and your job is to make sure that everybody is aware. So it will require you to familiarize yourself to know all of these things before you can ask them whether they were agree or not, or they could agree or not if the BIM goals are meant to be the BIM goals there, or if the BIM use are agree with the BIM use, because you cannot say all the things in the BIM use are needed, because it will really incur costs to people who do that, and then it will just be a wasted time and effort if it's really not really being really thought through that intention, because again it will just be a big loss of money if it's really not needed. Okay, so we have BIM use analysis worksheet. Okay, it's appendix C. Okay, appendix C, BIM uses worksheet. So this is what I mean. If you have a BIM uses, okay, who the value of the project, okay, responsible partner, okay, and additional resources, note, proceed yes or no. Okay, so this can be a worksheet that you can provide it to your client, and they are the one who will fill this up. If they really insist to make it happen in the project or not. Okay, again, if the project is quite big, then most of this will be considered to be used in BIM, but if the project are too small, majority of this will not be needed. The most important here is really the record modeling, and then the record modeling, and probably only the record modeling and maintenance schedule. So not all these BIMs are needed in the project. Again, not everything are needed in the project. Okay, so so let's move on to introduction of building information modeling. Okay, introduction. So let's go back to introduction. I know I already say a lot in just page 8, but just like what I said, that the reason why it's 126, majority of these documents are appendices. So the whole narrative of these documents are not that too long. Okay, but again, let's read it. This the way why we are here is because we just really wanted to read it. So it defines what is BIM. BIM, or Building Information Modeling, is a process. Okay, it's a process, not a model. All right, it's a process focused on the development, use, and transfer of a digital information model of a building project. At earlier it says facility na, to improve the design, construction, and operation of the project of or portfolio or facilities. Now, earlier we have different definition of BIM. Now they say it differently. The National Building Information Modeling Standard, this is the standard that we have to integrate the BIM Execution Planning Committee defined as BIM as, okay. So there's too many definition, but in this document there are two or probably three definition. One, we have a definition earlier, and then now this is another definition, and then here it's telling that this another definition according to the NBIMS committee. BIM is a digital representation. Basically the one that we read earlier is actually the definition from the NBIMS. Okay, so in the context of here, let's go back. Building information is a digital representation of human facilities. So this is really from the NBM. So there is a number 1 here. Later on we are going to see what. Okay, this is the number 1. Reader who are not familiar with the concept of national. So it's from the National Building Information Modeling. Okay, so the meaning of that statement are from the number 1 reference, which is the National Building Standard. Okay, so according to the National Building Information Modeling Standard, the BIM is a digital, okay, representation of a physical or functional characteristic of a facility. A BIM is a shared knowledge resource for information about a facility forming a BIM, let me repeat, is a shared knowledge resources for information about a facility forming a reliable basis for decision during its life cycle, defined as existing from earliest conception to demolition. A basic premise of BIM is collaboration by different stakeholders at different phases of the life cycle of a facility to insert, extract, update, or modify information in the BIM to support and reflect the roles of that stakeholders. Alright? So, sabi daw, kapag na properly implemented daw natin, or if we properly implemented the BIM, if it's properly implemented, they're referring about the BIM. BIM can provide many benefits to a project. It's true, okay? The value of BIM has been illustrated through well-planned projects which yield, okay? So this is the value, It increased the design quality through effective analysis cycle. Another value is greater prefabrication due to predictable field conditions. Okay, so you will have your existing condition and then you will have a prefabrication. Another value is to improve field efficiency by visualizing the planned construction schedule. So they are referring about the BIM use 4D, okay, because this is probably the BIM goals, yeah. And then the BIM value can increase innovation through the use of digital design application, and it says it's many more. I believe it's really many more. Okay, at the end of the construction phase, so the construction phase is completed. Okay, another valuable information can be used by the facility operator. So it's not yet, after saying many more, there is another category of value which is pertaining after the construction phase. So basically, this is our the facility management, the facility operator for asset management. Okay, also the value of the BIM, not in construction but in the building operation, is also the space planning. So if you have they have BIM in the operational phase, then they can do a space planning, and also the maintenance schedule to improve the overall performance of the facility or portfolio of facility. Yet there have also been example of a project where the team did not effectively plan the implementation. So I was saying that there are some sort of BIM which is did not effectively plan the implementation of BIM and incurred increases cost. So if they are not properly implemented the BIM, it just increased the cost for the modeling service. Schedule delays because due to missing information and a little no added value. So they were saying that okay, they just mentioned all the good things about the BIM, but they said there is a opposite word here. Say yet there have also been example of projects where the team did not effectively plan the implementation of VBOY. So if you did not effectively plan if the BIM implementations are not effective, it's just incurred costs for the modeling service. It's true, yeah. It can also increase schedules delay, and also because it just delay because of missing information, and it will be a little no added value. Okay, implementing BIM requires detailed planning and fundamental process modification for the project. Implementing BIM requires detailed planning. How can you create a detailed planning if you really don't have too much information or experience on the BIM and fundamental process? So it's very important that you have a fundamental process, no? Okay, BIM can be implemented at many phases throughout a project. Okay, this is the phases that they were talking about is the design, the plan, design, constructions, and operation. Okay, BIM can be implemented, so it can be implemented in the design, it can be implemented in the construction, it can be implemented in the operation, and it can be implemented in planning. But the current technology, training, and cost of implementation relative to added value must always be considered when determining the appropriate areas and levels of details needed in the information modeling process. This is very important to us to realize. But although it can be implemented in the different phases of the project, but remember that technology, training, and cost of implementations are important value that we always need to be considered, especially determining the appropriate areas and level of details needed in the information modeling process. Or so it has to be considered. Yes, the technology, training, cost of implementation, the people. It's not that cheap. Okay, so they are advising us teams should not focus on whether or not to use BIM in general, but instead they need to define the specific implementation areas and use. A team should aim to implement BIM at the level needed to maximize value while minimizing the cost. So they are also advising to keep in mind to minimize the cost. Yes, BIM provides a better approach. But remember, we still have to minimize the cost, because at the end of the day, we don't want to spend too much effort in a thing that it will not provide too much value in the project. This requires the team to selectively identify the appropriate areas of BIM implementation and plan these implementation areas in the detail. So that's why the first step here, they said that we have to identify what is the BIM goals. The person who will identify is not by a person, but all the people in the organization. They will conduct a meeting identifying what are the goals and use needed, and after that they will have to create a process, and then they will have to identify what are the information to be exchanged based on the process, and then they will have to have an infrastructure protocol to as a guide for ensuring that the process identified are correct or not. So, second question in the chapter 1, question of why should the project team develop a BIM project execution plan to effectively integrate BIM into project delivery process. To effectively integrate BIM into project delivery process, it is important for the team to develop a detailed execution plan for BIM implementation. To effectively integrate BIM, so it is important that we have to create a execution plan. Okay, a BIM project execution plan, hereinafter referred to as BIM plan, it outlines the overall vision along with implementation detail for the team to follow throughout the project. For the team to follow throughout the project. The BIM plan should be developed in the early stage of a project, continually developed as additional participants are added to the project. It should be monitored, updated, and revised as needed throughout the implementation phase of the project. So it is clear here that it says that the BIM execution plan, especially when we are adding participants, we should continually monitor, update, and revise the implementation, the BIM execution plan. Okay, the plan should be defined the scope of BIM implementation on the project. Identify the process flow. Okay, the BIM execution plan should define the scope of BIM implementation. Scope, it means the BIM uses. Okay, on the project, identify the process or the BIM uses process, and then define the information exchange between parties and describe the required project and company structure needed to support the implementation. So, just like we identified the BIM goals and BIM uses, and then we create a process to achieve that BIM uses, and then from that uses, what can we extract from that business, what are the information we are going to exchange, and basically the infrastructures of the information that they were talking about is how we are going to monitor the circulation of that information, okay, exchange. Okay, by developing a BIM plan, the project and project team members can achieve the following value. Okay, the team members, all parties will clearly understand. By developing a BIM plan, all parties will clearly understand and communicate the goals for implementing BIM of the project. Clear. by developing a BIM plan, the organization, means everything, will understand the roles and responsibility in the implementation. I believe in in this uh, this template, they also provide the roles of the people. File sender, file receiver, one time, weekly update, whatever. And then by developing a BIM plan, the team will be able to design an execution process which is well suited for each team member business practices and typical organization workflow. By developing a BIM plan, it will outline the additional resources. Okay? It will outline the additional resources because you have processes. It will identify also the training needed for the processes or other competencies necessary to successfully implement the BIM for the intended uses. Again, BIM is not just only for the design authoring or design modeling, but there is a lot of BIM uses as well. Okay, design authoring is really just a famous for production of the drawings, but again, there's a lot of BIM uses as well. The plan will provide that by developing a BIM plan, it will provide a benchmark for describing the process to future participants. Okay, so if you are the future participants, you request for the BIM execution plan, and then you can easily jump in, and be guided. Okay, by developing a BIM plan, the purchasing division or the purchasing division or will be able to define the contract language to ensure that all project participants fulfill their obligation. So it will provide ease or ease for the purchasing division to can easily define, okay, what they need, what the participant on how they are going to fulfill their obligation. And by developing a BIM plan, it provides goal for measuring progress throughout the project. BIM, like the other new technologies, can carry some level of additional process risk when implemented by the teams that are not experienced with the implementation process, or people are not familiar with the strategies and process of their team members. Ultimately, the entire team will gain value through that increased level of planning by reducing the unknowns in the implementation process, thereby reducing the overall risk of parties and the project. Okay, so it's already 128 here, and we are just still at the page 10. Let me just complete this section number 3, and then I will continue it tomorrow. Okay, and then so again, number 3, the BIM Project Execution Planning Procedure. Okay, the BIM planning project. So we earlier we after they describe or explain okay, the value of the BIM execution plan, now we are now on creating the procedure. Okay, let's assume that you already understand, you bought on it, you like it, you really wanted BIM to be implemented on your project because of the values that has been discussed in the section number 2. Now, how we are going to create a BIM execution plan, and here is the procedure. This guideline, a 4-step procedure to develop a detailed BIM plan. So BIM execution plan has 4 steps. The procedure is designed to owner, to the program managers and early project participant through a structured process to develop detailed, consistent plans for project. This procedure, okay, was developed through a multi-step research process which include industry interview with over 40 industry experts. So the procedure are taken as a research result, interviewing 40 industry experts. Detailed analysis of existing planning documents, focus group meetings with industry participants, process mapping research to design an effective mapping structure, and case study research to validate the procedure. The 4th step, okay, again, this is the 4th step, identifying the BIM goals, use, design BIM project execution process, develop information exchange, and define supporting infrastructure for BIM implementation. Okay, the 4th step shown in the figure 1.1. So this is the figure 1.1. Okay, so remember, this is the BIM execution plan that the BIM team should have in order for them to have a successful BIM, and there are 4 major processes. All right, so the 4th step, identifying what needs to be identified, BIM goals, BIM uses on the project, design the execution process, define the BIM deliverables, and identifying the support infrastructure to successfully implement the plan. These steps are introduced in the following section, and the chapter in this guide is dedicated to explaining the detail related to each step. Detailed templates have also been created to support each of these steps. These templates are available on the project website as well as the printed example included in the appendices of the guide. Okay, so we have seen this one already. So the first step, identify the BIM goals and uses. Okay, so I identify the BIM goals and uses. What needs to be identified? The BIM goals and the BIM uses. One of the most important steps in the planning process is what? To clearly define the potential value of BIM on the project and for project team members through defining the overall goals. Okay, let me read it slowly. One of the most important steps in the planning process, what is to clearly define the potential value of BIM on the project. There is an end here. And for the project team members through defining the overall goals for the BIM implementation. So it's really identifying the value and also the goals of the BIM. These goals, the goal, this is the goal. The goal could be based on project performance and includes items such as reducing the schedule duration, achieving higher field of productivity. Okay, the goals reduce the schedule duration, achieve higher field of productivity, increase quality, reducing cost of change order, or obtaining important or operational data for the facility. Goals may also relate to advancing the capabilities of the project team members. Goals are relate to advancing the capability of project team members. For example, okay, the owner may wish to use the project as a pilot project. You are the owner. One of the goals is to advance the capabilities of the project team members. There is a pilot project, even it is not requested by the client, and you want it as a pilot project. You want to illustrate the information exchange between the design and the construction and operation, or design firm may seek to gain experience in the efficient use of the digital design application. So it's a digital application. So sometimes the goal is not really meant as a requirement, but it's in their own accord for them to advance the capabilities of their staff or their team. Okay, once the team has defined measurable goals, both from project perspective and a company perspective, so that's why there is a two perspective mentioning here, project perspective and company perspective, then the specific BIM users on the project can be identified. So this statement, you need to identify the goals, the value, the uses, and then the value, the goals, and the value. The goals can be for a project perspective or company perspective. After you identify the goals, it says here that then the specific BIM uses on the project can be identified. So the next step is to identify the BIM uses. The guide includes 25 common use of BIM or BIM. So there is a 25 common use for BIM. So there are, according to this document, there are 25 BIM uses, which have been identified through analysis of project case studies, interviews with industry experts, and review of literature. Remember, creating this, they interview 40 industry experts. Upon interviewing the 40 industry experts, they have concluded that it includes the 25 common uses of the BIM. A BIM use is a unique task or procedure on a project which benefit from the integration of the BIM into the process, because BIM is a process. Alright? The 25, okay, identified BIM uses are not comprehensive, but provide a good representation of the current use of BIM within the structure. Okay, several examples of BIM use include design. Several examples of BIM use, so they mention the example of BIM, which is the famous one, the design authoring. The another famous BIM use in BIM is the 4D modeling. Another important famous BIM use of BIM is the cost estimating, space management, and record modeling. The team should identify and prioritize the appropriate BIM use which they have been identified as beneficial of the project. The procedure for identifying BIM goals and uses is discussed in further detail in Chapter 2 of this guide. Okay? Design the project execution process. So, you have identified the BIM goals. Agree, because you can identify the BIM goals, but it must be agreed by the collaborator, identified collaborator. After agreed, what are the BIM goals needed in this project, then you could have your own BIM uses. There are 25 BIM uses from the interview of 40 collaborators. Okay, then we have this design, and then after we create the BIM uses, then we have to define the BIM process. Okay, in appendix B, it explained the detailed description of the 25 BIM uses. Okay, because it's skipped, it just mentioned that there are 25 BIM uses, but it's written in the appendices. Okay, and here we are already moving forward to explain the process after identifying the BIM uses. Once the team has identified the BIM uses, this is exactly what I said. A process mapping procedure for planning the BIM implementation needed to be performed. Oh, this is very important, no? Normally, a lot of people, I'm hearing that as long as they know the BIM process on creating a BIM modeling, then they are already embarked, or they are already in the BIM. They already yes, I could say that they are already at the BIM, but they are just only doing one of the BIM use of the project. If you really want to consider yourself as a BIM modeler, or for me to define the BIM technician, BIM authoring is just only one BIM uses. There are 24 more. BIM, if you want to consider yourself as a BIM technician, you must be aware of how to use that. But again, maybe other will disagree with me, but okay, maybe I will say I'm not sure. But my opinion, BIM authoring, you master it, that would be alright, but it will not give you a global competitive if this is just only the thing that you know in BIM. So initially, I have a high-level map showing a sequencing and interaction between the primary BIM use of the project is developed. Okay, this allow all team members to clearly understand how their work process interact with the process performed by the other team. Initially, a high-level map. So this is what you call a high-level map. So here it's blurred, but in the process map provided here, this is high-level map. Okay, this is a high-level map. So BIM execution plan. So this is basically the BIM uses. As you can see, this is a process high-level map. Okay, and this is the information exchange. Okay, you have to submit the architectural model, MEP model, structural model, civil model. So this is the BIM uses that you will use in order for you to have an information exchange. Okay. I'm running out of things to say. I will just continue it tomorrow. Okay, because again, so we are just at page 12, and we just continue it tomorrow. Okay, studying a document is not that easy. It will really requires you a patient, okay, time to study things. Okay, so all right, let me continue it tomorrow. So I just post the video and try to listen the first part of my video, and it seems that my sounds are acceptable. Okay, but I noticed something that I do, like I'm speaking like I am the expert. So probably I will change the way I explain it, and I would use frequently the word probably, probably, because again, this is my own interpretation. Okay, because it sounded like I am lecturing, and I don't want that to be misinterpreted. So I'm really And this video is actually studying. Maybe I will consider that I'm talking to myself. All right. So number 4, I just mentioned that the 4 seems that the guide tell me that the 4th process for producing BIM execution plan is to develop what has to be developed, to develop a infrastructures in the form of contracts, so in a communication procedure, technology, and quality control to support the implementation. Okay, so what am I going to say? I don't know yet. Okay, let's all see and look at what are the other meaning. I can guess, probably. I will say probably. I will say it's probably that they mention infrastructures. Okay, it's like it's a system, or it's a form that you can see the contract, you can see the communication procedure, the CDE, the whatever technology, and the quality control setup. So we have here the structured procedure displayed. Okay, so again we identify the BIM goals and uses. We design the BIM project execution process, develop information exchange, and define supporting infrastructures for BIM implementation. Okay, so this identify BIM goals in use. It says here that defined the project and team value throughout identification of BIM goals and use. So there is the word and. It's the first action is to define the project and the team value. Okay, to find out who are the team member and what is their value, and then from that assembled team we have to identify with the agreement of the others what are the BIM goals of this project and the BIM uses of that project. So it shows an arrow here that you can see the word operate here, construction design plan. So probably this is BIM uses, BIM uses, BIM uses, BIM uses, because BIM uses is not always only at a pace, but it's not only in one pace, but it can be in the different phases. The second step, develop a process. So what are to be developed? A process which include tasks supported by BIM along with information exchange. So this is an example of the process. And then develop the information content. Okay, level of detail and responsibility party of each project. So this will be a list, and this will be some sort of information's content. Who will be the responsible, what LOD development, etc., etc. And then the last process identified in this guide is to define the project infrastructure required to support and develop BIM process. So here it mentioned earlier the word contract, the delivery strategy, the contract, communication procedure, technology, infrastructure need, model, quality control procedure. So not only you define the BIM uses and BIM goals, and then you create the process. After you create the process, you already see all the deliverables. When things are going well, then we really have to set up like how we are going to infrastructures, or a setting where we are going to figure out the best strategy, what are the contract that bind us, communication procedure, etc. Probably. Okay, it says here that readers like who are not familiar with this concept should first review The National Building Information Modeling Standard Part 1. Oh, 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 come on. So, National Building Information Modeling Standard, in my lesson, it's supposed to be at the next chapter, but here I should first review the National Building Information Modeling Standard first. But let's see, because actually, honestly, I will be honest, I already read it, and we just have to proceed. I don't know. Okay, the goal. Okay, what is their goal? Okay, the goal for developing the structure procedure. Okay, this is what you call the structure procedure, is to stimulate, okay, planning and direct communication by the project team during the early phases of a project. The team leading the planning process, probably a BIM manager, okay, BIM manager or BIM coordinator, okay, but BIM manager, project manager. The team leading the planning process should include, okay, it's not a must, so it's a recommendation only, should include members from all organization, okay, with a significant role in the project. Okay, so you have a person leading the planning process, okay, should include members, like for example members, somebody working as a designer, somebody from client, somebody from the contractor, someone from the discipline, or someone from the subcontractor, etc., or someone from operational management, or someone from building management or facility management. Those are the team. Okay, the team leading the planning process, he is the guy leading the planning process, should include members from all organizations with each significant role in the project. So I mentioned their position, and basically that is their role of the project. Since they said, since there is no single best method for BIM implementation in every project, since there is no single best method for BIM implementation on every project, each team must effectively design a tailored execution strategy by understanding the project goals, project characteristics, and the capabilities of the team members. So here, there is no single method for BIM implementation on every project. Okay, so they said that there are no single method for the BIM implementation. So it means BIM implementation should be, I hope I'm correct, that the way I understand it, that the BIM implementation should be project tailored. Okay, project tailored in every project. Each team, okay, so we have a meeting. Each team should when for example, this is the person leading the creation of BIM execution plan. He called for a meeting, and then with the significant role of the projects, and then they have to design execution strategy by understanding the project goals. So the team leader will ask, what is the project goals of this BIM? What are the different goals of the BIM? Okay, let's try to understand it. Okay, let's use Pop AI. Okay, goals. Goals in implementing BIM in a project. Okay, what are the goals? To provide me this. Okay, so okay, so they said that a team leader must discuss to the team member the goals of the BIM in their project. Okay, this we use AI to identify the probable the probable goals that can be opened up to the meeting. That okay, I am a team leader, I have to discuss with everyone what are the goals with the project. I can say, I can raise that the goal of the project is to enhance collaboration, okay, to improve efficiency, for BIM, we have to use BIM for cost optimization. We use BIM for the better visualization and simulations. We use BIM for the data-driven decision making. We can use BIM. Our goal is to risk mitigation. Another goal is sustainability and compliance and life cycle management, future proofing. So those are the goals, no? And then we have to discuss and talk the project characteristic and the capabilities of team members. Again, team members are with a significant role. It's important that there is a client representative, there is a designer. Designer can be categorized in many disciplines, like structural, like an architectural, like an MEP, like passage, like everything. We have to have an input from the operational manager, the facility manager, or the building maintenance manager. We really have to have an input with the specialist, subcontractor, or the contractors, or the even for the other supporting people, like the cost control, the procurement, etc. So the BIM, we are just at the page number 3, and I guess we are okay. This BIM Project Execution Planning Guide is a product of a BIM Project Execution Planning by Building Smart Alliance. Building Smart Alliance is quite big right now. They manage to make their name popular here, especially the OpenBIM. Okay, I'm a fan of the OpenBIM. The Building Smart Alliance is charged with developing the National Building Information Modeling Standard, or NBIM. This guide, they are referring to this guide, was developed, okay, and this is the reason why it developed, to provide a practical manual that can be used by a project teams to design their BIM strategy and develop a BIM project execution plan. At the end of the day, these documents can help you to develop a BIM project execution plan. Okay, the core modeling and information exchange concept have been designed, okay, to complement the long-term goals of the BSA in developing a standard that can be implemented through the AECOO. So AECOO is architectural, engineering, contractor, operation, owner, okay, industry to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of BIM implementation on the project. Actually, they are winning. You know, the Building Smart Alliance, they are winning. Okay, this is a long-term goal, and as of this moment, they already produce a quiet achievement. Okay, let me share it to you what documents I have. Okay, so okay, we here. Oops, takes a while to open my document. Up. Hey. Oh my god. So just open my folder and it's freeze. Alright. So we have here Building Smart International. Okay. So I read this progress with OpenBIM by Sir Aidan. Okay. So this is a Building Smart Alliance. No. Okay. Yeah. So this is the achievement so far. What have they achieved? Okay. The Building Smart Alliance facilitate of creating the documents that we are actually reading right now or reviewing right now. Okay, oops, what happened? So I click this one. What they have achieved collectively, they established the new building information chapter. Okay, they have new chapter. Kazakhstan, Iceland, Greece, Ecuador. As of to date, we have already BIM Philippines, Building Smart Philippines. Okay, granted. Okay, congratulations. We have achieved the IFC 4.3 approval as an ISO standard. They managed to create the IDS as a standard. So information delivery specification, correct me if I'm wrong. So launch the IFC validation service. So this is fantastic. So we have services that can validate the IFC correctness. And as of this moment, they already can provide professional certification of entry-level training. They can release and update foundation course, publishing learning content for practitioner training. So they are really achieving so well. They have an accelerator program. Okay, practically completed its first project. So they have program for those company who complete their first project. When they are demonstrating OpenBIM, they can be rewarded. IFC 5 hackathon and first data exchange. Okay. Use-friendly website, publication of global OpenBIM mandates, white papers, award for sure, and domains. So they're quite big right now. So it's really fit to the statement here that complement the long-term goals. So this document is created 2020 to 2014, if I'm not mistaken. 2011. Now it's 2025. Okay, so congratulations to them. Okay, so here now the authors, this guy, this team. So we have the CIC. Okay, Penn State. So these are the authors. Okay, additional contributor, citation of this document, and they have also copyrights. I hope I will not be copyrights by just reviewing this. Okay, I don't know if I should buy this guide, but I download it in the internet. Okay, and now here, reader's guide. Let's read. The Building Information Modeling Project Execution Planning Guide is directed toward readers with a fundamental understanding of BIM concept. I have a fundamental understanding of BIM concept, and so I'm qualified to read it. The 8th chapter in this guide, so there is an 8th chapter, so today is already almost 128 already. The 8th chapter in this guide provide an overview of the BIM execution planning procedure, okay, a method, an overview of planning procedure, a method of identifying use. So here we can figure out what is the method. Wow, method to identify BIM use. Okay, a procedure for designing the BIM process. So you after you identify the BIM use, you have to identify the BIM process. It's in the chapter 3. And then at the 4th chapter, the guide, a method of defining the information exchange requirement. So as a person who will create the BIM execution plan, I need to find out how to create or how to define information exchange requirements. So this is a guide, and it's really detailed. I'm already excited to read furthermore about this document. This is also a method to define the infrastructure necessary to support the BIM process. So this is the infrastructure necessary to support the BIM process. So we have a BIM process at this here, and then and then it explained that the support for the BIM process, a structured method for a team implementation of the procedure through a series of meetings and intermediate tasks. Okay, so the team implementation when there is a series of meetings. A structured method for individual organizational development by typical methods for BIM implementation. Conclusion and recommendation for projects and organization implemented BIM based on lesson learned through the creation of guide of chapter 8. So appendices, there are appendices provided additional resources for implementing the BIM project execution planning process. These resources include blank template, form of completing each step within the process. They provided an example of process maps and information exchange example for sample project. The sample project used is hypothetically laboratory project with a limited number of BIM use so that it's easy to understand. Electronic resources are available at the project website. So it's available to download. So I'm good with the copyrights. Okay. These resources include Microsoft Excel, spreadsheet for various template files, a Microsoft Visio file with template process models, and Adobe PDF template for completing an execution plan. Project team can use this document to develop their BIM project execution plan or copy an appropriate content to any customized organization. So they provided the template that you can use. So it's already 1:32. I still have work tomorrow. So we are at the chapter 5. Okay, and then we will continue I will continue this tomorrow evening. All right, so bye bye. Okay, so after the high level map is developed, so the first thing that you need to do is to create a high level map, or we call it a BIM execution planning guide process. Okay, after the high level map is developed, then more detailed process map should be selected or designed by the team members responsible for each detailed BIM use. So we have this high level BIM map. And remember, okay, we have different BIM uses. So this is BIM uses. Okay, each BIM uses here should have a BIM process, or a process achieving this BIM uses, just like what it mentioned here, that after we develop a high level map, detailed process map should be selected or designed by the team member responsible for each detailed BIM use. For example, if the person one is responsible in the cost estimation, then he needs to have his own process map achieving this one. And then if the person is responsible for the project 3D coordination, he is the person responsible doing the detailed process map for the 3D coordination. Likewise, with the virtual prototyping and 4D modeling and engineering analysis. Okay, each of them will have their own version of the model. Like this is a schematic design 4D model, which is the result of this BIM uses. Okay, and then we have this virtual prototype and 3D macro coordinations, and we have this one. So this is information exchange. This is a information in the form of a native files or in the form of coordination files. Okay, so this is also a native file. This can be in a native file. So like what we discussed earlier, like what we figured out earlier, that there's supposed to be information exchange after the BIM uses has been identified. Okay, so then it provides an example here. For example, the high level map will show how the BIM authoring. Okay, so this is BIM authoring. No, there's no BIM authoring here, but here BIM authoring. Okay, this is a BIM authoring. Okay, BIM authoring, and then it will have energy modeling, cost estimating, and 4D modeling are sequenced and interrelated. So they are interrelated actually. So after you create a BIM authoring, you have to convert your model into BIM uses, and then eventually it will return back as a BIM author, and then it goes again in another phase of a construction project and analyzing the BIM uses again as well. Okay, so a detail map will show detailed process that will be performed by an organization, or in some cases several organizations. It cannot just only be one organization, but it can be a collaboration between 2 or 3 companies. Such may be the case for energy modeling. The procedure for design the BIM execution process is discussed further in detail in chapter 3 of this guide. So in the chapter of 3 this guide, the procedure for designing the BIM execution process is discussed. Okay, as expected. Develop information exchange. So what is that? What is the information exchange? In this high level process map, there is a word after BIM uses, and we call it information exchange. So as you can see, information exchange is basically a model. It's a model. Okay, so this is a cost estimation, maybe in the form of PDF or Excel. This is still a model. Okay, this is another model, and this is another model, and this is the model authoring. So basically all of these are information exchange. So this is what they were referring. After you define the BIM use processes, then you have to identify the BIM BIM information exchange. So the information exchange, basically, once the appropriate maps have been developed, okay, so it's not only the high level map but all the map that was mentioned here, and it's a 24 numbers of process map. This is a detail map, existing condition. How will you create a existing condition? So you have a process. You start with this. Let's run down with the, let's study, or let's have a look the process that they talk about. So we start the process in the existing condition modeling. We collect current site condition data, okay, so reference number. So we have geotechnical report, survey report, okay, historical site informations. You get the GIS data, and then from this we will have a survey existing facility. After we survey existing facility, we have survey the existing site condition, collect data through photographs, laser scanning, like the point cloud, like photogrammetry, and then compile to existing condition model, and the process ends. So basically, this is the process, this is the BIM use, and this is the information exchange, or what I mean, this is what we are going to send for the approval to all the collaborators necessary to check our submission. Okay, and then this is a later scanning. This is one thing that we have to submit, the criteria of the submission, how we are going to submit it. And then that is why there is a infrastructures about the information, the manner of checking, the criteria, the quality control, etc., etc. How frequently the meeting, the organization, who will check it. It's in the infrastructures or in that. And then again, there are 25 BIM uses. So another BIM uses that they were talking about is the cost estimation. So the project start the process and then establish the cost target. Okay, so we need to have a cost report, and then after that adjust BIM takeoff. So we need to modify the BIM, because again there's supposed to be a BIM authoring first before we do the BIM use. So we get the BIM, we create our BIM, and we name it the cost estimate, and then we adjust it, model. Then you have to ask yourself, body ready for QTE cost analysis. If it's no, then we have to model it back again. If it's yes, then we export BIM for analysis, develop a quantity schedules. It can be in the modeling or authoring software itself, or we can use a third-party software like Navisworks to extract quantity of the schedules, and then we review. And then if it's not acceptable, it go back again, and then if yes, then evaluate methods of assembly abstraction, and then organize quantity to cost data, calculate from the quantity cost, review cost result. So we have a cost database, okay, and then we review cost result, incorporate contingency or overhead or some sort of allowance. And then after that, if the compliance of the cost target is okay, then we can proceed to end process, and if not, we can evaluate and then go back to the process. So basically, you identify that the cost estimation is one of the BIM uses, okay, part of the BIM goals, okay, to somehow reduce the cost of the construction of the project. And then you identify that there is a cost estimation, and then we will have this information exchange. What are the KPI, or what are the files that we are going to send it to our clients? So we have to issue the 3D model for the quantity takeoff. We have to issue a quantity takeoff for assembly, not to be part of this model, but it can be a separate file, and then cost estimate for the assembly. All right, so 4D modeling is one of the BIM uses, which is helps to expedite or to make the project construction efficient. So again, the definition of the BIM goals are here. Okay, so we have existing condition, and then we have the 4D simulation. Okay, so the way you the way you will use these documents is basically getting their appendices, and then they try to get their process, and then get the reason or why we have to use this 4D BIM uses. So description for the modeling a process in which a 4D model or a 3D models with added dimension of time interest information is utilized to effectively plan the pace, occupancy, and renovation, retrofit, addition, or to show the construction sequence and space requirement on the building site. 4D modeling is a power visualization and communication tools that can give a project team, the including owner, of better understanding of project milestone and construction plans. Here are the potential value. You can have a better understanding of the pacing scheduled by the owner and project participant, and showing the critical path of the project. So in civil engineering, critical path is quite important. Okay, and then another potential value of the 4D is dynamic pacing plan to occupancy, offering multiple options and solution to space conflict. And then another value, integrate planning of human, equipment, and material resources with BIM model to better schedule and cost estimated in the project. Another potential value of the 4D modeling, space and workshop conflict, identify, resolve ahead of construction process. Another one, marketing, so purposely and publicity. Another one, identification of schedule, sequencing, or pacing issues. And then another one, more readily constructable, operatable, and maintenance project. Another one, monitor procurement status of project materials. Another value, increase of productivity and decrease waste on job site. Yes, it's true to mention the last value that mentioned here, conveying the spatial complexity of the project planning information and support, including additional analysis. So what are the resources need? We need to have a 3D, we need to put an effort on the 3D manipulation, and then we need to somehow be aware of 3D of the scheduling software and the 4D modeling software. So we can say it, this is a Revit, this is a Primavera, and then example we can use Synapse or Cinco. Team competency required. Okay, the team, we're talking about the people, what training and what skills do they need to know. So knowledge of construction, scheduling, and general construction process. A 4D model is connected to a schedule and is therefore only good as the schedule to which is linked. Ability to manipulate, navigate, and review a 3D model. Knowledge of 4D software, import geometry, manage link to schedule, produce and control animations. So these are all the resources. So we have this spacing for the planning. It's pretty interesting, pretty informative. Okay, it is so there are 22 more BIM uses, if I am correct, but there will be a lot. But we can just go over the process of reading all the documents, and then we will try to read it everything. But okay, just to get the whole context of this PDF first. It is important for the team members, in particular the author or the design modeler and the receiver, okay, the coordinator, for each information exchange transaction to clearly understand the information content. This information content for the exchange can be defined in the information exchange table. So they are introducing a document, they call it information exchange table, a portion of it displayed as an example in figure 1-3. The procedure for defining the information exchange is discussed in further detail in chapter 4 of this project. Okay, so we have this information exchange worksheet. This is supposed to be part of the BIM execution planning. Okay, and this has to be shared in a meeting, or shared or be coordinated with all the stakeholders, and then And then this is the content. So under there is a legend. A, accurate size, location, include materials and object parameters. So the content of the information. B, general size, location, include parameter data. C, schematic size and location. And then responsible party, okay, it can be architect, it can be contractor, it can be a civil engineer, it can be a facility manager, it can be a MEP engineer, it can be a structural engineer, it can be a trade contractor. Information exchange. So you have a table here, okay, and then these are, so they just, because they mentioned here, they just scrap it a portion. It means if you have a beam uses, like you have 24 beam uses, this per item is just only at least 1/3 or one, or it's not 1/3, it's a 2/3, or no, it's a 4/24. There will be a 20 more if the project is quite big and all the beam uses wanted to be implemented in the BIM in that project. Then you can have many of this. As a BIM manager, you have to identify all the beam uses required, and then mention time of exchange in the SD, DD, and CD construction. So schematic design, detail design, and construction design, and the construction. So this is actually the phases of the project. Model receiver, facility manager. C is a contractor, C contractor, and then trade contractors, and then design authoring all. So they must have all the models by design authoring all. So if you are using a design authoring, you must provide the model to all. If you are using a 3D coordination, you can just provide it to the contractors and then the trade contractors. And if you are doing the photo modeling, you can just only provide it to contractor, and for the record modeling, you can provide it to facility management. Okay, and again, there are 20 more beam uses identified in this document. So for example, these are the substructures or model breakdown elements. So this is being this kind of categorization came from a class of categorization class. To be specific, it seems like this is a omni class. Okay, it identified the categorization of the elements, like for example the standard foundations, and then you will have the info, the info, what kind of information you are going to use. You need to have a schematic site location, so you can mark it down whether it's A, B, or C, and then who is the responsible party. We can say that this is a facility management, construction, and facility management, and then you can add additional information, just like what here in the 4D modeling. So you could itemize it one by one if whoever what information required in the model that they are going to do, and then who's responsible people to check and to receive the information, and then we can provide also additional information or notes. Okay, now again, after you define this information exchange, there is another the last processes last procedure identified in this project is the defining the support. Okay, so the last procedure for the BIM planning implementation is to define the the supporting infrastructure for BIM implementation. What do you mean by infrastructures? Okay, let's do some research. Okay, What do you mean when you said infrastructure? I don't know why the infrastructures is defined as the basic physical system of a business, region, or nation, and often involves the production of public goods production processes. Example infrastructure include transport system, communication network. So this is a civil engineering or construction related explanation. Is defined as the basic physical system of a business. Okay, it's a system. Okay, so we need to define the supporting system for the BIM implementation. So if my interpretation is correct, and if I change the word supporting infrastructure to system, we could define it as defined supporting system for BIM implementation. Okay, system or process. After the BIM use for the project have been identified, again, after the BIM use of project had been identified, I am guessing that they will mention the process map. Yes, I'm correct. So the process maps are customized. So we have to customize the process map according to the BIM uses which they decided to do. You have to customize it, although there is a template provided in Appendix D of this document. You have to customize it because different software might be different on your project, or different approach, or different suggestion, or different strategy could happen. So it's very important to remember that sometimes the process that provided here is not as is. We have to make it project specific. Okay, let's continue. And the BIM deliverables, so you created the process, and in the process that you will created, you will also tell them what would be the BIM deliverables, and then that BIM deliverables are defined. So let me repeat. After the BIM uses has been identified, the process maps are customized, and the BIM deliverables are defined. The team must develop the infrastructure needed, or the team must develop the structure or the system needed on the project to support the planned BIM process. Okay. You identify what's the BIM use, you create the process, and then you figure out what has to be delivered. But we need to create a system on the project to support the BIM process which has been identified. This will include, okay, now they are specifying what has need to be included in the infrastructure or in the system. The definition of the delivery structure, okay. So the definition of the delivery structure, the contract language, okay, defining the communication procedures, defining the technology infrastructures, technology system, and identifying quality control procedure, which is very important. Who will check, to what reference, to what standards, to what guide should we check the model. Yeah, this is everything to ensure the high quality information models. The procedure for the defining the infrastructure along with methods to implement and track progress is discussed further detail in chapter 5 of this guide. So there is a procedure to define the infrastructure along with the methods to implement and track progress is discussed. Which chapter? It's on chapter 5. Okay. What information is included in a BIM Project Execution Plan? When complete, the BIM plan should address the following categories of information. The BEP should have an overview of information. Specify or document the reason for creating a project execution plan. It's a summary of a statement, or is it a statement stating the reason why we need to have a project execution plan. And then the second information that advise us to do is to provide the project information. Project information, okay, the BEP plan should include critical project information. What are the critical project information? The project numbers, yes, the project location, the project description, and critical schedule dates for future reference. So those information must be written in the BIM execution plan. The third information that needs to be in the BEP, or one of the category of informations, are the key project contacts. As part of the reference information, a BIM plan should include contact information for key project personnel. Who will be the decision maker? Who will be the client? In ISO 19650, we have to identify who is the appointing party, who is the lead appointing party, lead appointed party, and appointed party, okay, who is the receiver, and who is the requester. So as part of the reference information, a BIM plan should include contact information for key project personnel. So you will have a series of meetings. That meetings has to have a result of who is the key project contracts. Project goals and BIM objectives. This section, okay, this is a category of information under the project goals and BIM objectives. This section should document the strategic value and specific uses for BIM on the project. Remember, in this document, they identify that there are 24 BIM uses, but it's too many, and if your project is too small, you need to strategically strategically decide what BIM use will you use in this project, because it is not recommendable to have all those BIM uses to be implemented, because it will incur additional costs, delay, okay, and additional works for the others, having all of that. So remember that it has to be agreed, defined, strategically identified.
Okay, as defined by the project team. See, should be defined by the project team, not just only by one person at the initial step of planning procedure. So it must have a meeting to identify this. Additional information regarding the category is included in chapter 2. Okay, so in chapter 2 of this document, we are still in the chapter 1. They are providing more information regarding the project goals and BIM objectives. Okay, so move on to the number 5, category of information to be defined in the BEP are organizational roles and staffing. One of the primary tasks is to define the coordinators of the BIM planning and execution process. So, coordinators, okay, throughout the various stages of the project. This is particularly important. Why? Hiring roles and staff, particularly important when identifying the organization who will initiate the development of the BIM plan, as well as the required staff to successfully implement the BIM plan. Okay, so next category of information that has to be in the BIM execution plan is the BIM process design. This is process. We identify the BIM goals, BIM use, then we have to identify the BIM process. This section could clearly illustrate the execution process, the use of a process maps. So it's really important there is a process map to be developed in your BIM, okay, which are developed in the second step of the planning procedure. Additional information regarding this category is included in the chapter 2. So we can get more information reading the chapter 3 of these documents, and we can able to see everything they think of regarding the BIM process design. BIM information exchange. Okay, the model elements and the level of detail that is required to implement each BIM use. Okay, there are 24 BIM use, and one of the famous BIM use are design authoring or design modeling, drawing generations as another BIM use. Okay, and it says that we need to have an information exchange. There, it's a list where we can see all the model elements that we need to submit, and there are the level of details as the requirement from the client to implement. It should be clearly defined in the information exchange requirement. Okay, this is if you read already the ISO 19650, okay, you will see the word Master Information Delivery Plan, or MIDP, or what you call Task Information Delivery Plan. Additional information regarding this category is included in chapter 4. So with regards with the BIM information exchange, we need to go to chapter 4 because we can get more information regarding this. Okay, BIM and facility data requirements. Facility data requirements. The owner requirements for BIM must be documented and understood. Okay, so there's apart from the requirement, the level of detail requirement with regards with the BIM uses, we also have to have another category of requirements which is we need to specify in the BEP with regards with the facility data requirements. Although this data will normally happen when the project is about to be completed, and here it says that the BEP is updating ongoing, going to be update when there is new people will come. Let's assume that there are people from the facility data requirements or from facility operator will come, then we have to revise our BEP, and then the facility people will have to specify their data requirements with regards with all the BIM models. So initially it can leave it blank, but eventually when the project is about to be completed and they are already there to process, then it must be documented. Number 9, part of the category of information that needs to be incorporated in the BEP are what you call the collaboration procedure. The team should develop their electronic and collaboration activities procedure. So this, they are going to explain the CDE, the Common Data Environment. This includes the definition of the model management procedure, okay, the file structures and the file permission, as well as the typical meeting schedules and agenda. There is one famous system right now we have is the Autodesk Construction Cloud, or former BIM 360, where they are the best in terms of this collaboration procedure, where information exchange could easily be implemented with the protections and with the file permission, approval, etc., etc. Okay, so it did not, at least we can in this BEP, if you decided to use BIM 360, you have to incorporate the process that they were talking about that system, and then just put it here in the BIM execution plan. Number 10, the model quality control procedure, a procedure for ensuring that the project participant meet the defined requirements, should be developed and monitoring throughout the project. So this quality control procedure normally being agreed with the project team, or sometimes the owner of the projects already have or establish this kind of quality control procedure. So you should, or you must go to their BIM guidelines standard, and you get their quality control expectation, and you get that copy and incorporate it into your BEP. Technology and structure need. Okay, you need IT here, the hardware, the software, and the network infrastructure required to execute the plan should be defined. Okay, model structures. The team should discuss and document items such as model structures, file naming structures, coordinate system, and modeling standard. Yes, this is very important. Team should discuss, okay, on how you are going to federate your model, or federate your folderization. Okay. Project deliverables. The team should document deliverables required by the owner. Okay, we have to document it. What are the deliverables? Delivery strategy and contract. This section should define the delivery strategy which will be used in the project. The delivery strategy, design build will impact the implementation, and it will also impact the language you should be incorporated into the contract to ensure the BIM implementation. Note, this item is discussed in further detail in the chapter 5 of this guide. So we have design build. So this, when you talk about the contract, you must be aware the different kind of contract regarding with establishing or in a project. Sometimes there is a contract where the BIM is being done in the design team, and then eventually it will be handed over to the construction team, and then the construction team will take over the model, and then they are responsible to update the model, convert it to the asset information, or convert it to the as-built model, and they are responsible to convert it to operational asset information model. Okay, but sometimes the design team will start the model, and the construction team will coordinate with the design team, and the design team will still continue updating the model. And so it depends on the contract. Okay, it must be specified on this chapter. Okay, now we have this question: who should develop the BIM plan? To develop the BIM plan, okay, sino ang gagawa? Who to develop the BIM plan? A planning team, okay, should be assembled in the early stage of the project, or the design team. Okay, this team should consist of representatives from all primary project team members, including the owner, designer, contractors, engineer, and major specialty contractor. So this is the planning team, and there's supposed to be a team that represent the owner, the team that represent the designer, or the person who represent the contractors, and the person who represent the engineers and majority contractor, and even the facility manager, and also the project owner. Okay, this is the planning team, but it has to consult with these stakeholders or representative. It is very important for the owner. Let's say we identified that this is the owner, as well as the primary team members, to fully support the planning process. So everything needs to be by support from the planning process. Okay, so this is the planning team. They are the one who kickstart. For the initial goal setting meeting, so they have a meeting, and then you just have to set the goal. Okay, key decision makers should be represented from each other. So it must have, so those people supposed to be a key decision maker. No, they are useless if they cannot make the decision by themselves. All right. The organization that overall goals and vision for the implementation on the projects are clearly defined for further planning initiative. Let's say, for example, I'm going to raise, if I am the planning part of the planning team, and I am the BIM person who is responsible to drive the meeting, and my topic is to identify the BIM goals. Okay, I am going to mention the possible BIM goals in the BIM, and then I am going to give them a spreadsheet saying what they thought is the answer regarding the BIM goals that I have mentioned, whether they agree or not agree with that. And then after that, I will receive the paper, and then I will receive their opinion, and then eventually I will conclude, or I can figure out whether they want it or not. So that's the idea. Once this initial goal setting, the first thing really is to set up a goals, is complete, then the detailed implementation process and information exchange can be developed and implemented by the lead BIM coordinator for each parties. So you will have a lot of BIM coordinator here, then they can develop once we identify the process and the information exchange. The lead party for coordinating and compiling the BIM plan should be clearly identified. Who will be the lead party? The role may be vary based on the project delivery method. The timing of the BIM plan development and the expertise of the participant. Parties who may lead this planning initiative could include the owner, architect, program manager, or construction manager. Okay, so it can be include the owner, architect, program manager. For some projects, it may be beneficial to have an initial party starting the planning. An example, the owner may begin the planning prior to contracting with additional parties for their services. And then the BIM plan may be transitioned and complete by another party, such as construction manager or architect. In some circumstances, it may be beneficial to contract with a third party to facilitate the planning procedure if the team is inexperienced or the team finds it beneficial to have facilitator for the planning services. Okay, what meetings are needed to successfully develop the BIM plan? So, it was mentioned earlier above, okay, what to be, to what should, who should develop, okay, and what meetings are needed. So here we have to identify the meetings needed to successfully develop the BIM plan. The BIM plan for the project cannot be developed in isolation. So I take note of that, sir. It cannot be developed by one person only. No one party within the project team can adequately outline the execution plan, or it cannot be copy and paste, while also obtaining the necessary team members' commitment for successfully BIM implementation. In order to have a successful project using BIM, must have a full coordination and collaboration by all parties in absolute necessity. The planning team should conduct a series of planning meetings to develop the execution plan. So, must have a series meetings. On most projects, a minimum of 2 or 3 meetings will be needed to develop the overall BIM plan. So, it cannot just be, a person that knows, have experience in the BEP, and then eventually he will do it and then it will be implemented immediately. No, without consulting, it's a no. The initial meeting will need to have key decision maker of all organization. Again, all the person in the meeting assumed to be a decision maker. Okay, follow-up meetings will require fewer people and be more targeted on the details related to execution. A detailed outline, a series of 4 meetings for developing the BIM plan is included in Chapter 6 of this guide and includes template, agenda, and interim activities to be performed in the planning. So it's already here. When you conduct a meeting, okay, it identifies that you will have 4 meetings, and then also it provides guides and include templates and includes agenda and interim activities to be performed in the planning team. So this is a very good document actually. Yeah. Okay. How does the BIM planning procedure integrated with the national BIM standard? Okay, so here on my next review, I'm going to review back again, but I will record it the national BIM standard. Okay, The national building information, how does relate with the national BIM? So, the National Building Information Modeling Standard, or NBIMS, is currently being developed by the Building Smart Alliance. I don't know if this is still updated, but I don't care. I don't mind if I read all those documents that they produce. That's my plan. I'm looking forward that in 2 years I'm just going to read all those standard documents from every country. So because this is really important for my business. Okay. A part of the National Institute of Building Science, the goal of the NBIMS is to identify and define standard information exchange that are required on a facility project. The BIM plan procedure is designed to complement, the standard exchange required under development. So they are pertaining about the information exchange. The NBIMS initiative, ultimately, the vision will be that a project team, this is their vision, can seamlessly integrate the information exchange in the National Building Standard, which step 3 of this execution planning procedure will focus on the information exchange requirement. So they are really focused on the third process, which is the information exchange. As the information exchange becomes standard throughout the industry, the third step of this process could be simplified by referencing the standard exchange instead of providing custom information exchange required for a task. So it's just really standardizing the information exchange in that NBIMS. The BIM plan procedure will also submit for potential acceptance a standard procedure for creating BIM execution plan for incorporation into the NBS. If the industry is standardized the procedure for planning the BIM execution on projects, then the organization can create their typical company workflow and procedure in a format to easily integrate with BIM plan procedure. This will make it easier for the teams to quickly plan the execution strategy on a project. If all the organization map their standard processes, then the project execution planning procedure is a design task which compiles the different work processes from the various team members. See figure 1.4. It will also make it easier for the team members, include the owner, to quickly and effectively understand and evaluate execution plans, since they will be organized in the standard format, which is consistent information. Owner, architect, engineer, contractor, operator, other. So we have this integrated process, we have this information exchange, and then the information models. Okay, it's pretty good concept. You have to identify the team. These are the team to identify the BIM goals and BIM uses. Once the BIM uses has been identified, they have to create process for each BIM uses. They have to customize it, and then eventually they will list down all the BIM deliverables, and then eventually they will have the information model, and that information model will have the infrastructure or a system that making sure that everything is processed correctly and in acceptable manners. Okay, it was mentioned, okay, we have read that part of what are needed in the BIM execution plan is the BIM uses and the project, and it still says that in chapter 2 they will define it more clearly. Okay, so identifying the BIM goals and uses for our projects. Okay, so this is a more in-depth explanation how you will identify the BIM goals and BIM uses. We have the idea that it has to have a meeting, and it has to have important collaborator, and then it has to be decided by everybody. Okay, the first step in developing BIM project execution plan is what? Is to identify appropriate BIM use based on a project and a team goals. A current challenge and opportunity faced by the early project planning team is identifying the most appropriate use for BIM on a project given the project characteristic, participant goals, capability, and desired risk allocation. There are many different tasks which can benefit from the incorporation of BIM. These benefits are documented as BIM use. And these guides include 25 use. Oh, sorry, I keep on saying 24, but it's 25. For consideration on a project. The goal of this chapter is to provide a method for identifying appropriate BIM use for project implementation. So we have identified that there are 4 phases of a project. We have a planning phase, design phase, construction, and operate. And it says that there are 24 BIM goals. So 1, let's count, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, this is not included, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, sorry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, so 25. So they have a primary BIM use, which is the dark blue, and then light blue are the secondary BIM use. Okay, so the primary BIM use is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 primary BIM use, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 secondary BIM use. Defining the BIM goals for the project. Prior to identifying the BIM use, the project team, okay, these are the project team, okay, these are the project team, okay. The project team should outline project goals related to BIM. Goals to be identified, outlined. These project goals should be specific to the project at hand. It can be measured and strive to improve the successes of the planning, design, or construction and operation of the facility. One category of goal should relate to general project performance, including reducing the project schedule duration. So this can be a goal, reducing the project cost, which is quantification, or increasing the overall quality of the project, which is design coordination. Example of quality goals include the development of more energy efficient design throughout the rapid iteration of energy modeling, creating a higher quality installed design throughout the detailed coordination system, or developing more accurate record models system. So they are referring about this energy analysis. And then lastly, developing more accurate record models to improve in quality performance in modeling and commissioning. So this is the record modeling. Okay. Other goals may target the efficiency of specific tasks to allow the overall time or cost savings by the project participant. These goals, there are different goals, okay, apart from what we mentioned earlier. Include the use of modeling application, to create design documentation and more efficiently. So they create a model to document more efficiently, to develop estimates throughout quantity takeoff, so this is scheduling, or to reduce the time to enter data into maintenance system. Okay, so this is complete with the information. These items are only suggestion of potential goals. It's not even mandatory. Okay, it's a suggestion that the project team may have when beginning to decide how to implement BIM on their project. It's getting hot here. Okay, It is by no means a comprehensive list, and it's essentially to identify the specific goals that will provide incentives for the implementation of BIM on the project. A hypothetically new laboratory building, okay, this is an example. A hypothetically new laboratory building, this is the project, constructed on a university campus will be used throughout the following 3 chapters to illustrate the steps in the guide. Sample project goals from this example project are shown in the table 2.1. Additionally, a blank BIM goal worksheet can be found in the Appendix A. Appendix A. Let's open the Appendix A. This is a BIM goal worksheet. This is the worksheet. This is the worksheet that you can have, or you could have, prior meeting the team deciding what are the project goals. Okay, so BIM goal worksheet. Okay, it seems that I already opened it. Okay, so this is the worksheet. Appendix A worksheet. We have to provide it with the stakeholders, what are the most important, what are bingo, potential bingos, and these are the example. Okay, in a hypothetical new laboratory building, okay, these are the answer to this BIM worksheet. This is probably what we receive from them, no? So there is a number here, 1111 means the number 1 most important, 2 and 3 and 2. So they identify the one of the BIM goals are to increase the field productivity. Increasing the field productivity, the potential to increase the field productivity of the project, we need to have a design view and then the 3D coordination, correct? Increase effectiveness of design. So we need to model it, we need to have a design view and data coordination. Accurate 3D record model for the facility managed team. So it's important that we have a record model and then the 3D coordination. Increase effectiveness of sustainable goals. We have engineering analysis and then we have this LEED evaluation. Track progress during construction. We have a 4D modeling. Identify concern associated with pacing on the campus. It's 4D modeling. Review design process. Design review. Quickly assess cost of possession with the change cost estimation. Eliminate field at complex 3D coordination. So all the participants must already aware what is the value of the BIM. It's very difficult in a meeting where people who will attend the meeting doesn't know or have no idea about the value of the BIM. Okay. It is important to understand that some goals may relate to specific use while other goals may not. For example, if there is a project goal to increase field labor productivity and quality control through large amount of prefabrication, then the team can consider 3D design coordination. BIM use, which will allow the team to identify and correct potential geometric conflicts prior to the construction. On the other hand, if the team goals was to increase the sustainability of the building project, several use may assist in the accomplishing that goal. So, now here, we have mentioned that there are 25 BIM goals, and now BIM uses. Now we have to describe what the BIM use. 25 BIM uses organized by project phase or project development were identified throughout numerous interview with industry experts. So I believe it's a 40 interview being conducted here to create this one. Analysis of the implementation case study and review of the literature. One-page summary level description of each of these BIMs is included in the Appendix B of this guide and is available in the project website. So Appendix B, and these are the Appendix B. So these are all the BIMs, 25 BIMs. Okay. Okay. Description were developed to provide, of course, they describe it, a briefly overview for the project members who may not be familiar, okay, with the BIM use, and to provide additional information for the project team may find valuable. So if they don't know what are the BIM use, you might just provide them initially before the meeting happens, so they can start the selection process. What BIM use should they use? Its description include an overall view of the BIM use, potential benefits, requiring team competency, and select resources that can represent additional information. This is very important. These are the potential value. This is the goals and the values you might find it in this BIM use. This is the description and what are the resources required. Okay. Begin with the end in mind. Okay. So I like this word. I even telling it to my staff to always begin with the end in mind. For BIM to be implemented successfully, it is critical that the team members understand the future use of the information that are developing. For example, when an architect adds a wall to the architectural model, the wall may carry information regarding the materials, quantities, mechanical properties, structural properties, and other data attributes. The architects needs to know if this information will be used in the future, and if so, how it will be used. The future use of this data can frequently impact the method used to develop the model or identify quality control issue related to the data accuracy for the task relying on the information. To emphasize the life cycle of the information, a core concept of BIM plan procedure is to identify the appropriate use of BIM by beginning with the potential end uses of the information in the model. So, begin the creation of BIM with the potential end use of the information in the model. So, that's quite important. To do so, a project team should first consider the later phase of a project to understand what information will be evaluated during that phase. Then they can move back throughout of the project phase. So this is a very good strategy. This perspective is to begin with the end in mind. Identify the downstream desired use of the information which should be supported by earlier process in the life cycle of the project. By identifying this downstream BIM use first, the team can focus on identifying the reusable project information and information exchange. So begin with the end in mind. So again, in mind is to operate. So we have maintenance schedule, we have building system analysis, we have asset management, and this is space management, tracking, and disaster and record model. In order for you to have a recorded model, you need to have a recorded coordination, digital fabrication, construction system design, and site utilization planning. Okay, and then you have design authoring, energy analysis, structural analysis, lighting analysis. So this is the strategy. Okay. BIM use selection procedure. Once the goals are defined, the project team should identify the appropriate tasks that the team would like to perform using BIM. This analysis of BIM uses should initially focus on the desired outcomes for the overall process. Therefore, the team should begin with the operational phase and identify the value for each of BIM uses as it specifically relates to the project by providing a high, medium, or low priority to its use. The team can then progress to each preceding project phase, construction, design, and planning. To help facilitate this BIM use review process, because the topic is BIM use selection procedure, okay, you will have to have a meeting you will have to have a meeting with all the stakeholders, with all the teams in the organization for producing BIM. It's okay. To help facilitate this BIM use review process, to help facilitate this BIM use review process, a BIM selection worksheet has been developed. So we have this BIM selection worksheet has been developed. This template, so there is a template. The name of the template is the BIM selection worksheet. The template includes a list of potential BIM uses, along with fields to review the value, the responsible party to produce the BIM use capabilities, additional notes, and the decision from the team on whether to implement the BIM use. Please reference figure, so it's in the figure 2.2, the example of the BIM selection worksheet on the example laboratory project. So basically, we have this BIM Gold worksheet, okay, and here, okay, so this is different. This is actually different from the one that I showed. This is a BIM use selection worksheet. Okay, so it's different from BIM goals. My mistake. So we have to look at the appendix F. Okay, information exchange worksheet. So we have this information exchange worksheet, and then we have to have a long list of this long column to provide all the BIM use that has been selected. Okay, so here, okay, this is appendix F. It is the information exchange. Okay, so these are all the BIM uses. We have to record the modeling, cost estimation. For example, this is the identified BIM uses: 3D coordination, engineering analysis, design review, 3D coordination, design authoring, programming, and then you have this value to the project. They have to categorize whether this is a high value, cost estimation is a medium value, for the modeling whether this is a high value, engineering analysis, is it a high value, design review, it's a medium value, 3D coordination is a high value, design authoring is high value, and programming is a medium value. Who is the responsible person in the record of modeling? Contractor, facility manager, and the designer. Who is responsible for the cost estimation? Only the contractor. Who is the responsible in the for the modeling? Only the contractor. For the 3D coordination, the contractor, the subcontractor, and then designer. For the engineering analysis is MEP engineers, and then the architect, the design review in the architect, the 3D coordination, architect, MEP structural engineers. For design authoring, architect, MEP structural engineer, civil engineering. Okay, value to respected party. Here, record modeling, high for the facility manager, medium only for the contractor, and for designer, medium. Cost estimation, high value on the cost estimation. Contractor, more remodeling, high value in the contractor but not in the design team. 3D coordination, okay, high value subcontractor. The designer, mid value, MEP engineering analysis for regarding with the MEP, high value for the ME engineer, and medium value in the architect. Design review, low value in the architect. 3D coordination, high value in the architect. For the MEP engineers, medium value. Okay, and then capability rating, resources, scale 2, we have 1, 2, 3, 2, competency 2, so, and then 1 to 1 experience. So resources In terms of the scale, you have many resources or low resources, competency, something. Additional resources, competency required to implement required training and software. So these are the comments for the initial state of the this BIM use template, and then they have notes, and then they said if they're going to proceed or not. For example, here the cost estimation, they decided not to proceed because it's only affecting or just only have an impact or value in the contractor, so they said no. Here design review for the architect, reviews to be from design model, no additional detail required, so it's a no here, it's a no here. So not they mention here that there are 25 BIM uses, but here in this project they identify only 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 10 has been discussed, and then eventually they have a final decision whether they will proceed or not, and then eventually what they proceed is just only 1 2 3 4 5 6 BIM uses, which is the record modeling, the 4D modeling, the 3D coordinations, the engineering analysis, the 3D coordination, and design authoring. Programming is no. So this is the selection. This is the process of how you are going to select. So basically you have a short listed of the BIMUs, and then this is finally the one. Here in this documents we identify the reason, the resources, the additional resources, the additional competency to be implemented, and the notes. Okay. The BIM selection worksheet completion procedure. To complete the BIMU selection worksheet, the team should proceed through the following step with key project stakeholders. Identify the potential values of the so this is okay. And then definition and explanation for each BIM use are available by a project based on Appendix B. So this is the Appendix B. Okay, you have a description of all the BIM use. All right. So as well as the BIM Execution Planning website. It is important that the team consider each of the potential use and consider the relationship with the project goals. 2. Identify the responsible party for each potential BIM use. Okay. Identify the responsible parties for each potential BIM use. Okay, we need to identify who is the responsible parties for each BIM use. For each use that is being considered, at least one responsible party should be identified. The responsible parties include any team members who will be involved and in the use of its performed, along with potential outside participants that may be needed to assist with the implementation. List lead responsible party, but it's in the spreadsheet. And then okay, so basically this item number 2 is being written here. We need to identify who is the responsible people, and then here rate the capabilities of each party for each BIM identified in the following categories, because this we are talking about the procedures, so we have to rate it if we can able to rate it. Resources. Does the organization have the resources necessary to implement the BIM use required? Should check all the people, nominated people, and the personnel, the BIM team, software training, hardware, IT support. Competency. We have to check the competency of those party. Does the responsible party have the know-how to successfully implement the BIM specific BIM use? To determine the competency, the project team should understand the details of the BIM use and how it will be carried out on the project. Specific experience. Has the responsible party performed the use of BIM in the past? So they have experienced it before. If no, then it's a problem. Then we have to consider that they don't have experience, and then we have different approach with this. The team experience associated with its BIM use is vital to the success of the implementation. Okay, without the experience it will be difficult, so it's vital that there is experience. Identify the additional value and risk associated with its use. The team should consider the potential value gain as well as the additional project risk that may be incurred by proceeding with each BIM use. This value and risk element should be incorporated into the notes column of the BIM use. So there is a notes column there, but this is additional value or any risk assessment or risk associated with each use. Then determine whether or not to implement each BIM use. This is the final verdict. This is the final verdict of that template, whether they will proceed or not to proceed, or implement or not to implement the BIM use identified in the shortlisted. The team should discuss each BIM use in details to determine whether or not BIM use is appropriate. So the team should discuss, not only one person should discuss if the BIM use in detail is determined whether or not the use BIM use is appropriate for the project given its characteristic, both project and team. This will require that the team determine the potential added value or benefits to the project and then compare these potential benefits to the cost of implementation. The team will also need to consider the risk elements associated with implementing or not implementing each particular BIM use. For example, some BIM uses can significantly reduce overall project risk. However, they may shift risk from one party to another. In other situations, the implementation of BIM use may potentially add risk for a party when they successfully perform their scope of works. Once all the factors are considered, the team needs to make go or no-go decision related to each BIM use. I also understand that as the team decided to perform several BIM use, others may become easier to implement because the team members can leverage existing information. For example, if the architectural design is authored in the 3D parametric model application, then it is less expensive to implement 3D design coordination. Design, okay. So this, we are done in the second phase or second procedure of the BIM implementation. It means the identifying the BIM uses. We figure out how to do it. Okay, we already figure out how to do it. Now in the chapter 3, design the project execution. Chapter 2, we identify the project execution process. So here we have to identify the process. Okay, after each BIM uses is identified, it is necessary to understand that the implementation process for each BIM use and implementation process of the project as a whole. So there are implementation project as a whole, and then there is implementation process for each BIM. This chapter describes procedure to design the BIM project execution process. The process map developed in this step allowed the team to understand the overall BIM process, identify the information exchange that will be shared between multiple parties, and clearly define the various processes to be performed for the identified BIM use. The use of process mapping techniques, so we have a process mapping techniques, allows the team to effectively perform this step. These process maps will also serve as the basis for identifying other important implementation topics, including contract structure, BIM deliverables, requirements, information technology, infrastructure, and selection criteria for future team members. Mapping the project execution process. Mapping the BIM process for the project requires the project team to first develop an overview map which shows how the different BIM uses will be performed. Then, detailed BIM use process maps are developed to define the specific BIM implementation at an increased level of details. To implement this two-level approach, business process modeling notation has been adopted so that consistently formatted process map will be created by the project team members. Okay? Level 1. The overall view map. This is what they mean by the overall view map. Okay? So this is the overall view map. Okay, this is the level 1. These are all the BIM uses, and this is all the information exchange. Okay, sometimes I hear myself speaking so loud where even myself I don't understand, but I'm actually reading. So I will try to make it slow. Okay, this study is not about finishing the document quickly, but it's really about making sure that we understand the word line by line. So I will try to speak slowly. Okay, so level 1, BIM overview map. The overview map shows what it shows the relationship of BIM uses which will be employed on the project. So BIM process map, okay, you will have to create a BIM process maps like this, but you have to make sure that you copy this format and then you provide or you modify this and make sure that all the BIM use identified is being written here, okay, and then through that BIM uses, what are the information you will extracted from this BIM uses and what will you be submitted to the client and approved by the client, okay. So we identify that there is a BIM authoring, then we have to produce or we have to send architectural model, MEP model, structural model, and civil model. We have identified that we need to use create 4D modeling, so we need to create a 4D model here, etc., etc. So we really have to modify it whenever we are making a BIM execution plan, okay. Detailed BIM use process map. So we have overall view map, so it was written here level 1, so this is a level 1, and then you have this level 2. So level 2 is a detailed BIM use process map. Detailed BIM use process maps are created for each identified BIM use on the project to clarify, define the sequence of various processes to be performed. These maps also identify the responsible parties for each process. Reference information, content, and the information exchange will be created and shared with other processes. So, creating a BIM overview map. So, they specify what are the two maps. We have level 1 and level 2, and then by creating an overview map, so it means this, we go back to this one, and it was written here that place potential BIM use in the BIM overview. This is what exactly what I said earlier. You have to place all the BIM use. Once the team identify the BIM uses for the project, okay, so after you have the BIM use selection worksheet at the chapter 2, okay, the team can start mapping the process by adding each of the BIM use as process within the map. So you have this process, you identify here in the appendix F whether you will continue or you will not. Seems like this is different. So it's supposed to be like this. At the end of the day, there's supposed to be a yes or no, okay, proceed to use or not, okay. Once you complete this one, you have to then continue mapping the process by adding each the BIM use as process within the map. It is important to understand that BIM use may be added to the overall view map at several locations if it's performed several times within the project lifecycle. To help achieve this task, a template Microsoft Visio file containing process map is published at the BIM Project Execution Planning Guide website. So we have this. So if we go to Microsoft Visio file, okay, a Microsoft Visio stencil file is also posted in the same location and can be used by project team to easily develop the process map. So this is 2011 documents. I hope it is still here. Okay, if I BIM Project Execution Planning Guide website. Okay, so there is actually already a version 3 of this guide. So there is I'm reading an old version. There is already okay, there is already So there is already version 3, my dear. What I'm reading is only the version 2. Ah, alright, now it's different configuration. So I'm reading a version 2 and there is already a version 3. Okay. And I may need to read this and then compare it. I don't mind. I am committed. BIM is nowadays my it's my bread and butter. What to do, I have to read those documents. So at the version 2, okay, we have this template of process maps. Okay, they produce a template of appendix D, so it's a template of process map. And then they said arrange BIM use according to the sequence in the BIM overview map. So after the project team has established the BIM process set that will be implemented on the project, the team should sequentially order the process. One of the purpose of the overview map is to identify the pace for each BIM use. So there is a different pace. And provide the team with the implementation sequence for simplest purposes. BIM use should be aligned with the BIM deliverables. So the problem with this, okay, it shows that if this is a pace of a project, it shows a consistent description of the BIM uses. But here they says that in a for identifying the BIM use, there are different BIM use. Okay, this is the BIM use. This is a BIM use in the construction, and this is the BIM use of the operation and the plan. So basically, what I should be seeing here in the process map, that the BIM use supposed to be existing condition, cost estimation, phase planning, programming, and site analysis on the first column, and then the second column and the third column. That is what is supposed to be. But following their advice, once you identify the BIM uses required, then you have to modify the level 1, okay, overall view map. Okay, so it's written here. Identify the responsible parties for each processes. Responsible parties should be clearly identified for each process. For some process, so here you have to identify. Okay, so you have contractor and then the cost estimation. So basically, perform cost estimation is the BIM goals, and then this is the architect create for the model, for the modeling. Okay, at the schematic design. Okay, so these are the responsible persons. So identify the responsible person, parties for each process. Responsible parties should be clearly identified for each process. For some processes, this may be an easy task, but for others, it may not. It is important in all cases to consider which team member is best suited to successfully complete the task. Additionally, some processes may have multiple responsible parties. The identified party will be responsible for clearly defining the information required to implement the process, as well as the information produced by the process. Identify the responsible parties for each process. Responsible parties should be clearly identified for each process. For some processes, this may be an easy task, but for others, it may not. It is important in all cases to consider which team member is best suited to successfully complete the task. Additionally, some processes may have multiple responsible parties. The identified party will be responsible for clearly defining the information required to implement the process, as well as the information produced by the process. The graphical notation and information format for the processes within the BIM overview map are included in Figure 3.1. This is input, project phase, process name, responsibility party, and a detail mount and output notation for a process in the overall view map. Each process should include a process name. Each process should include the process name, process phase, and the responsibility party. So, BIM uses construct, planning, construct, design, operation, and then the architect, constructions, contractor, MEP, designer, etc. Each process should also include in a detailed map title which points to the detailed map level 2 map for the process. This detailed map notation is used since several processes may share the same detailed map. Okay, for example, a construction management company may perform cost estimating from the building information provided from the designer. The construction manager may perform this estimate during the schematic design development, and construction document phase. So, the construction manager may perform estimate in the three phases: in the schematic, in the design development, and construction document phase. But it may utilize the same detailed workflow to accomplish this task, which can be represented in a single detailed map. Therefore, the process for performing the three estimate would be added into high-level map at three locations, but the team could reference it as single detailed map for further information. So, it can be, for example, this is the schematic, detailed design, and the construction phase. You will have this cost estimation at the different phase. This is what they were talking about, the three location, but it could have just only one process map. Determine the information exchange required to implement each BIM use. Determine the information exchange required to implement BIM use. So this is the information exchange. Okay, and then apart from this process map, we have to determine this information exchange. So this is the information exchange in this process for the cost estimation. The information exchange is, we need to produce a 3D model, quantity, take off by assembly, and then cost estimate for assembly. In the BIM use for the modeling, we can we can exchange the information regarding 3D model, the schedule for the model, schedule, and the 4D model. Okay, in the information exchange for the site analysis, you have site analysis model. In the programming, you can have site analysis, existing condition modeling, and then program model. In the design authoring, you have this schematic design, architectural model, structural model, MEP model, design development, architectural model, structural model. So these are the information exchange, and these are the information exchange in the design review. For the energy analysis, these are the deliverables, so information exchange. Structural analysis, these are the information exchange. These are the information exchange under lighting analysis, etc., etc. No. So the BIM overview map includes the critical information exchange, which are either internal to a particular process or shared between processes and responsible parties. In general, it is important to include all information exchange that will pass from one party to another. In current application, these exchanges are typically implemented through the transfer of data file, although it could also include the entry of information into a common database. All the information exchange identified in the BIM overview map should be detailed as defined in Chapter 4. The exchange which is originate from a process box are exchange which are internal to a process. The exchange which originate or flow into the sequence lines are external exchange which are shared between high-level processes. For example, in Figure 3-2 show information exchange originated from a performed 3D coordination process box for the laboratory project. This exchange, although internal to the 3D coordination process, should be identified in the BIM overview map. Since multiple parties authors to exchange information, this ensures that the exchange will be detailed using information exchange definition procedure described in Chapter 4. So these are the information exchange. So they analyze that they have the authoring the design model or modifying the design model, and these are the information exchange that they identified. These are basically the deliverables. And then when you author a design model, it goes to a BIM use, which we call it performed 3D coordination by the contract manager, okay, and then a 3D design coordination, and then you will have a mechanical subcontractor model, plumbing contractor model, other trade, electrical, okay, and then you have this. You go back to the next page. For example, this is a detailed design page. Then you will have another updated model to illustrate the result of an overview mapping task. The BIM overview map for the laboratory project defines the overall BIM uses that the team has employed for the project, which are during authoring, energy analysis, 4D modeling, 3D design coordination, and record modeling. It identifies that energy analysis will be performed during the schematic design phase, whereas 4D modeling and 3D design coordination will be performed during the design development and the construction document phase. The map also identifies the key information exchange that are shared between different parties. Okay, this is an overall view laboratory map of that project. Okay, this is just example. This is a level 1. Okay, so you have this. This is just only an example that there is an authoring of the design model by the architect, structural engineer, and the mechanical engineer. The BIM use relate to these phases is the design authoring. So it means after this, you will have information submission or exchange or deliverable that be submitted, which is the architectural model, structural model, and then the MEP model. This model will be submit or will be used in energy analysis by mechanical engineer, and this energy analysis will have also a output, which is what you call the energy model. So, and then after that energy model, it goes to the design development, and then the model will be updated, adjusted, and corrected perhaps, and then it will be incorporated, and then the architectural, the structural engineer, and the mechanical engineer will have to revise the model, and then they have to resubmit again because one of the analysis has been incorporated. So this is already a updated model, or maybe this one is, we call it schematic, and then now we have a detailed design. And then after that, we will have another BIM uses. We could call it 4D modeling to identify the process of construction of the project, and then we have a coordination and some sort of like that, and then they subcategory all the models for the construction purposes. Okay, for the for the so here it's just only everything is all together now. They segregate it, and then now for the sake of the construction they will amend it, they will update it. Now they have updated the model. Now it becomes a construction documents from design development. Now it's become a construction document. So in the construction documents you will again issue an architectural and structural and then the MVP model in the construction stage, and then eventually you go to another construction for the modeling from coordination, and then we have a compile a record model, and in the record model, that's the end of the process. Then you have the recorded model. So basically these are all things that we are going to be submitted. Okay, creating a detailed BIM use map. After creating an overview map, a detailed BIM use process map must be created for each identified BIM use to clearly define the sequence of the various processes to be performed within that BIM use. It is important to realize that each project and company is unique. So, there may be many potential methods that a team could use to achieve a particular process. Therefore, this template processes map will need to be customized by project team to achieve the project and organizational goals. For example, the template process map may be needed to be tailored to integrate specific computer application workflow or project team work sequence. So it's always expected that the process map provided in this document must be tailored. Okay. A detailed BIM use process map includes three categories of information, which is represented on the left side of the process map, and the elements are included in the following lines. So there are three categories in every BIM use that will identify the reference info, the processes, and then the information exchange. Okay. This is the reference info, structure information, resources, enterprise, and external required to execute a BIM use. A process, a logical sequence for activities that constitute a particular BIM use. This is the process, and then this is the information exchange, the BIM deliverables from one process which may be required as resource for future processes. Okay, to create a detailed process map, hierarchy decompose the BIM use into set of processes. The core processes of BIM use to be identified. These are represented by a rectangular box symbol within BPMN. These are placed in the sequential order within the process swim lane. Define the dependency between the processes. Next, the dependency between the processes are defined. This is accomplished by defining the connection between processes. The project team needs to identify the predecessor and the successor of each process. In some cases, it may be possible to have multiple successors and or predecessors. These processes are then connected using the sequence flow lines of BPMN. 3. Develop the detailed process map with the following information. Reference information. Identify the information resources needed to accomplish the BIM use. Okay. Use in the reference information lane. Example of reference information include cost database, weather data, and product data. Information exchange. All the exchange, internal and external, should be defined in the information exchange lane. Okay, this is the information exchange lane. Okay, these exchanges are further detailed out in the chapter 4. Responsible party. So the responsible party is somebody that it's not written here. Okay, this is the responsible party. All discipline, BIM coordinator. Okay, identify the responsibility party for each process. Figure 3.4 display how to print this information in the process map. Okay, add goals, verification, gateway at important decision point in the process. So this is the rectangle that they were talking about. This is the activity, and then this is the responsible party. Okay, this is what you call the gateway. Okay, this is very important, whether if it's yes or no, and then if that's met, then it go back again with the arrow, ensuring where. So a gateway, okay, can use to ensure that deliverable or result or process are met. Okay, this is the gateway. It can also modify the process path based on a decision. Gateway provides the opportunity for the project team to represent any decision, iterations, or quality control checks required before the completion of BIM tasks. Figure 3, example of goal verification gateway. Okay, the figure demonstrates how this can be accomplished within the detailed BIM process map. Document review refine this process for further use. This detailed process map can be further used for other projects by the project team. This should be saved and reviewed at various times throughout the BIM implementation process. Throughout the project, detailed process map should be updated periodically to reflect the actual workflows implemented on the project. Additionally, after the project is completed, it is maybe helpful to review the process maps to compare the actual process used versus the planned process. So there's supposed to be a review of a manager to make sure that the process map is being followed by all the people. It is likely that the detailed process maps can be used on a future project. Please reference to figure 3.5 for example of a detailed BIM use process map. Okay, this is a process map pertaining to the 4D modeling. Okay, symbol used for process map representation for BIM execution. The preferred notation for process mapping development is the business process modeling notation. Okay, so the symbol that they use here is the business process modeling notation developed by the object management group. One of the key elements of the BPM is the usual appearance of the process map in terms of the symbol and marker use. This should conform to the shape defined in the BPM specification. Okay, so okay, maybe I will skip this one. Okay, so gateway. Excuse me. Okay. Developing information exchange. So we are done with creating the process map. Okay, the goal of this chapter is to present the method for defining information exchange. Identify in chapter 3 between project process that are crucial to successful of BIM implementation. To define this exchange, remember this is the exchange. This is the information exchange. These are the information exchange. Okay, these are the information exchange. These are the information exchange. Right. So, the goal of this chapter is to present a method for defining information exchange. Identify in chapter 3 between project processes that are crucial to successful BIM implementation. To define this exchange, the team needs to understand what information is necessary to deliver each BIM use. To assist in this task, an information exchange worksheet was designed. So there is an information worksheet has been designed. Okay, this is the information worksheets has been designed. Alright. Okay, this is this information worksheet. Okay. The information worksheet should be completed in the early stage of a project. When it will be completed, it's supposed to be completed at the early stage of a project. After designing and mapping the BIM process, a blunt information worksheet is available in Appendix F. And the procedure for filling out of this worksheet is described in Section 2 of this. Pulling the information through the project. Every element of a project does not need to be included for model to be valuable. Every element of a project does not need to be included for a model to be valuable. So, Therefore, it is important to only define the model components that are necessary to implement its BIM. This is very important statement. Every element of a project does not need, so not necessary to complete everything. Figure, despite the example, how information flows through BIM implementation process. Okay, so design authoring or design modeling. So it's a created by the architect. The information exchange is they have design coordination and energy modeling. So you will have an output here and another output for design coordination, and then the output here, information exchange, and then you have an output and record modeling facility manager pulling the information through the project. So all of these are the information exchange which is being shown it here. So that's why there is always a down arrow here. Okay, and the figure was derived from level 1 process map described in chapter 3. Note that downstream BIM use are directly affected by what is produced by the upstream use. When considering this example as pull-driven approach, if the model information required to implement particular BIM use is not authored by an upstream team member, then the information needed must be created by a responsible party of that use. Therefore, it is up to the project team to decide it is up to the project team to decide, okay, who should be authoring this information and when this information and project team said and when this information needs to be placed into BIM. For simplistic purposes, it's only necessary that the team define one information exchange requirement for each BIM use. Although there may be several exchanges that take place, these exchanges should be clarified in level 2 process map depicted in the chapter 3. Information exchange worksheet. After process map development, information exchange between project participants are clearly identified. It is important for the team members and in particular the author and the receiver for each information exchange transaction to clearly understand the information content. The procedure for creating the information exchange requirement is detailed below. First, in the procedure for creating the information exchange is identify each potential information exchange from the level 1 process map. So this is what they call a level 1 process map. This is a level 1 process map. Identify each potential information. Okay, these are the information. Okay, we have to identify all those information in the process map. Okay, information exchange that are shared between two parties should be defined. One BIM uses may have multiple exchange. One BIM uses may have multiple exchange. This is one BIM uses and then it produce multiple exchange. Like this is one BIM uses, you have multiple exchange. One BIM uses for the modeling, and these are the exchange, multiple exchange. However, to simplify the process, only one exchange is necessary to document its use. Also, the time of exchange should be derived from the level 1 map. This ensures that the involved parties know when the BIM deliverables are expected to be completed along the project schedule. The project phases. We have 4 project phases: planning, design, construct, and operation. Okay, should also be identified in the project specific contract language. It's chapter 5. When possible, the BIM use exchange should be listed in a chronological order to give a visual representation of the progression of the model requirement. Second procedures on creating the information exchange is to choose a model element breakdown structures for the project. After the project team has established the information exchange, the team should select an element breakdown structure for the project. Currently, the information exchange worksheet uses the CSI uniformat structure. However, other options are available in the BIM execution project. Okay, so here in the information exchange, they use, I believe it's a uniformat. This is what you call a model element breakdown. Element breakdown. This is what they were saying. Okay, and these are the breakdown of the BIM models. So we have substructures, a structure below the ground level. You have foundations. Okay, you have standard foundations. Okay, you have special foundation. You have slab on grade, basement construction, basement excavation, basement wall, excavation, shell, superstructure, exterior enclosure, roofing, interior constructions. You have partition, interior design, fittings, stair, services, and then you have equipment furnishing, special construction, demolition, building site work, site improvement, etc., etc. information. So those are the model breakdown elements. Okay, this is the second procedures on the information exchange. Identify the potential information exchange from the level 1 process map, and then eventually choose a model element. When you say identify, this is what you identify. Okay, this is all what you identify here. This is your task. This is our task. We have to identify this one if we read it correctly. So we have a project model, we have an architectural model, MEP model, structural model, civil schematic design, cost estimation, schematic design for the model, schematic design 3D macro coordination model. We have schematic design virtual prototype, schematic design engineering analysis model, architectural model in the design development phase. This is a design development phase. You have an MEP model, structural model, civil model, and then you have this design development cost estimation, design development for the model, design, and then we have construction documentation. So these are the instruction provided to us. We need to identify its potential information, and then after that we have to create a model element breakdown structure for the project, and then identify the information requirement for its exchange, output and output. To define each information exchange, the following information should be documented. Model receiver. Okay, identify all project team members that will be receiving the information. To perform a future BIM use, these parties are responsible for filling out the input exchange. Output exchange will not have a model receiver and should be filled out by the project team and initiated by the architect. So we have to identify the model receiver. Okay, the model receiver here. Okay, we have to identify the model receiver here. I believe they provide an example. Okay, the model receiver. Okay, the time. Okay, wait. Okay, so they will, and then they will have a model type. They have an example here, I believe. Okay. Okay, this is the model receiver. Design authoring not applicable. Okay. So we have information exchange title. Again, the first step in the information exchange, the procedure of the information exchange is to identify all the BIM uses, and these are the BIM uses. They just only listed down into 3 columns, but actually it's around 7, or it can be 25. And then, so this is they have an output and input plus input here. So this is output. So output, when we receive, this is when we have here, this is output. So output is going out, and then you will receive, this is the information exchange, and then you will have this BIM uses. Okay, and then these are already the BIM uses, the 3D coordination, energy analysis, what you can see it here. Okay, this is design authoring. So there is a word design authoring here. This is a design authoring. Once you complete, this is you output it, or you release it to this to the coordinator, and then they perform, develop, create, perform, they develop, they perform this cost estimation from the output, and then this is the output. So this additional information, so this is the model receiver, not applicable. It being done by, but it should be received by a C and TC. Okay, the TC is trade contractor, and it's supposed to be a contractor, because this is a 3D coordinations. And for the energy analysis, it has to be received by the MEP engineers. Okay, who is so you have this model breakdown. This is actually the second step. I believe this is the second step. Okay, so the second step to the model element breakdown, and then the third step is identify the information requirement, the model receiver. We have to identify the model receiver and the model type. The model type is okay, so the model type, we need to identify the model type. Let's have an example here. Okay, they did not mention the model type here. Okay, it also mentioned here the time of exchange. So this is quite important. The model type, they did not mention the model type here. Okay, okay, and then the information, identify only the information necessary for the BIM use implementation. Currently, the information exchange worksheet use 3-tier level of detail structure show in the 4.1. Though there are 3 level of details in this version 2 of the
BIM Project Execution Planning Guide. So I just realized that there is already version 3. Accurate size and location include materials and object parameters. General size and location include the parameter data, and C, schematic size and location. Notes: not all necessary requirements for model content may be covered by the information element breakdown structure. And if more description is needed, it should be added as a note. Notes can be specific to certain modeling content or depict a modeling technique. So as you can see here, so there you have A, B, and C. When you are doing an energy analysis, what you need to have in the superstructure, because these are all models, okay, that's why I call it model element breakdown. And then when they put the info needed here, and says letter B, a general site location including parametric data, then when they say B, you should at least agree to follow that the information should be general size and location including parametric data. When they put C, then they meant schematic size and location for the exterior door. But here in the 3D coordination, they don't ask us to put, I don't know why this is blank. It's supposed to have, I don't know, even stir finishes. They do not require us to put anything there. But if this is agree, then so be it. It will act like a guide to all the for the teams that are handling the BIM. So that's why there is a word here. Note: not all necessary requirement for model content may be covered by the information and element breakdown structure. And if more description is needed, it should be added as a note. Assign responsible parties to author the information required. But that's the part procedure in the information exchange. Each line item in an information exchange should have party who is responsible for creating the information. Okay? The responsibility for creating the information should lie with the party that best understands the information and the time of input when it is most efficient within the project. Based on the professional schedule, the progress of the design, this should be designated by the time that exchange take place. Take 4.2 is the list of potential responsibility below. So these are the potential responsible people that being involved in the information exchange. Of course, architect, and then con as the contractor, civil engineer, facility manager, MEP engineer, structural engineer, and trade coordinator. They can be the coordinator, they can be the modeler, or they can be the receiver of the model. Compare input versus output content. Once the information requirements are defined, these are the information requirements are defined, it is necessary for the project team to discuss the specific elements where the output information does not match the input information. Okay, the example of figure 4.2, this is figure 4.2. Okay, depicts an inconsistency between a design authoring model and an energy analysis input model. When this occurs, two potential remedial actions need to take place. Output information exchange requirement. Revise the information to a higher level of accuracy and or include additional information. So reflectance. So it means in the energy analysis, they did not. So there's this, seems that this yellow color, you have R value. Okay, reflectance. So this B, okay, it means that information requirement on this exterior window, in this exterior window is A, which is accurate size and location include materials, but when it is submitted for you to use from the design authoring, it's B, so it's under so the information is not enough. Also here in the interior doors, so in the interior doors, it produced nothing, so but
in the energy analysis, it needed a schematic sites and locations. Okay, likewise here, that the modular, okay, so the modular did not put anything. Okay, output inadequacy, revised information OR, so it means inadequate, the output is inadequate here. Okay, this is inadequate, and then we have this inadequacy. Okay, so the output is not enough. Okay, so define supporting. Okay, so we have completed the three major procedure in the BIM implementation guide of this document. One is we already know the BIM goals and BIM use and how we are going to identify the BIM uses. And then second, we already discussed also the processes, and then the level 1 and level 2 process, and they guide us on how we are going, the procedure of making that process map. And third, we discuss about the information exchange. We are introduced to have an information exchange requirement, and then we are asked to fill in all the informations, all the collaborator, all the information needed, and then they uh, they they ask us to analyze, evaluate, and if there is any missing informations, then that can be the source of the discussion. Okay, the last procedure in these documents is define the supporting infrastructures for BIM implementation. The final step. So this is just, even myself, I was thinking this is the last step. Okay, the final step in the 4-part BIM execution planning procedure is to identify and define the project infrastructure required to effectively implement BIM as planned. 14 specific categories to support the BIM project execution process. These categories is as displayed in figure 5.1 were to develop after analyzing the document listed below, reviewing current execution plan, discussing the issue with industry expert, and revised through extensive review by various organizations. So these are the 14 this is the 14 specific categories that must be in the BIM execution plan. It was analyzed. They, in the listed below, they review it from the current execution plan in 2011. And they also discuss it with the issue with industry expert, and they revise it through extensive review by various industry organizations. And here are the 14 categories. So BIM execution plan overview, project information, we read it earlier, key project contacts, so the number of the collaborator, project goals and BIM use, which is explained in the chapter 1, organization roles and staffing. We already talked about that. 12, BIM process design, so all the process, the 25 BIM use process, including the level 1, the BIM information exchange. This is what just we discussed in this video. And then we have a BIM facility data requirement, just like what I said, that eventually there will be a information requirement which is not required in the contractor and in the design, but it's required in the operational stage. And then the collaboration procedure, so this is the use of CDE. And then we have a quality control, how you are going to control the quality of the information that we is received. And then the technology, the software, the hardware, we must all agree and define in this BEP. The model structure, the federated model has to be describe here the project deliverers, listing down all the projects that will be delivered, and then the delivery strategy and contract. This chapter describes each category of BIM project execution plan. Information for each category can vary significantly by project. Therefore, the goal of the description is to initiate discussion and address content area and decision which need to be made by the project team. Additionally, a template BIM project execution plan has been developed and it's available on the project website. So there is already a template here where everybody can use. Remember, this template is consulted with the various organizations, so it can be reliable, no? And in reference in Appendix G of the BIM execution plan. So they mentioned that there is an Appendix G. This is the Appendix G. Okay, this is Appendix G. This is a template of a BIM execution plan. We can actually use it, and then okay. And reference Appendix G. Please note that the information contained in it will have to be customized. Remember, it will have to be customized based on the project. Additional information may be necessary while other information could be removed. Okay, we need to add additional information. Okay, and then there are some information that we also need to remove, because again, you have to think it that like this, that will be the heart and soul of the BIM implementation. Okay, BIM project execution plan overview. So basically, it mentioned here that there are 14 specific category. So this is the BIM project execution plan overview. It is important for the project team to understand the reason that the BIM project execution plan was created. This section should include information such as a BIM mission statement and others, so BIM mission statement and other executive summary level information. This section should be used to establish the importance of the plan. So project information. Okay, when developing the project execution plan, the team should review and document critical project information that may be valuable for the BIM team for future reference. This section, the project information, include basic project information that may be valuable for current and future. It can be used to help introduction to new members to the project, as well as help other reviewing the plan understand the project. This section may include items such as project owner, project name, project location and address, contract type and delivery method, brick project description, project numbers, and the other schedule phases milestone. See Figure 5-2 for example project information item. Any additional general project information can and should be included in this section. Additional project information includes a unique project characteristic, project budget, and project requirement, contract status, funding status, and unique project requirements. So these are all the information that needs to be filled in. This is very important that it also, I believe, it has to be that. Key projects contract, the third number, okay, by the word itself, it's a key project contract. At least one representative from each stakeholders involved should be identified, including the owner, designer, consultant, prime contractor, subcontractor, manufacturer, and supplier. These representatives could include personnel such as project manager, BIM manager, discipline lead, superintendent, and other major project roles. All stakeholders' contact information should be collected, exchanged, and when convenient, posted on a shared collaborative project management web portal. Okay, a project BIM goals and BIM use. Okay, this is written in the chapter 1. The BIM project execution plan should document the previous steps in the BIM project execution planning process. It is valuable for the team to document the underlying purposes for implementing BIM on the project, as well as explain why key BIM uses decisions were made. The plan should include a clear list of BIM goals. The BIM use analysis worksheet, as well as the specific information on the BIM use selected. The procedure to identify appropriate BIM uses for a project is outlined in the detail in Chapter 2, Identifying the BIM Goals and BIM Uses. Organizational roles and staffing. The roles in each organization and their specific responsibility must be defined. For each BIM use selected, the team must identify which organization will staff and perform that use. This includes the number of personnel by job title necessary to complete the BIM use, the estimate worker hours, the primary location that will complete the use, and the lead organizational contract for that use. Depending which phase of a project life cycle this plan is completed, several items in this section may be challenging to complete, like the rest of the plan. As much as possible should be completed, and the remaining should be completed as the information become available. The BIM process designs, the 6, okay? The process maps created for each selected BIM use is step 2 of the BIM execution planning process should be documented in the plan. So this is all the process maps, okay? They also define the specific information exchange for each activities, building the foundation of the entire execution plan. So these are all the foundation of the BEP. The plan should include the overview map of the BIM uses, a detailed map of each BIM use, and a description of element on each map. For further explanation of this step to create process map, let's go back again to Chapter 3, Designing the BIM Project Execution Process. I will not go back. Okay, number 7, up out of 14. We need to have the chapter category of a BIM information exchange. The team should document the information exchange created as part of the planning process in the project execution plan. The information exchange will illustrate the model elements by discipline, level of detail, and any specific attributes importance to the project. The project models do not need to include every element of the project, but it is important for the team to define the model components and discipline specific deliverables to maximize value and limit unnecessary modeling on the project. For further explanation about this step to create information, we already discussed this, but they said please refer to Chapter 4, Developing Information Exchange. 8. BIM and facility data requirements. Some project owners have very specific BIM requirements. It is important for the plan to document the BIM requirements in the native format from the owner. This way, the team is aware of requirements and can plan accordingly to deliver those requirements. Collaborative procedure. The team must develop their so this will be more on reading time, okay, because we already saw the whole picture of these documents. So 9, collaboration procedure, okay, and it explained the collaboration strategy. Okay. So the team must develop their electronic and activity collaboration procedure. This includes model management, model checkout, revision procedure, etc., and standard meeting actions and agenda. Collaboration strategy. The team should document how the project team will collaborate in general. When planning, consider items such as communication methods, document management and transfer, and record storage. Collaboration activities procedure. Specific collaboration activities should be defined, which may include identify all collaborative activities that support or are supported by BIM. Determine which project state or pace that activity will take place. Determine the appropriate frequency of the activity. Determine the participant necessary to conduct the activity properly. Determine the location for that activity to take place. Model delivery schedule of information exchange for submission and approval. Determine the schedule for information exchange between parties. Information exchange should be analyzed in earlier step. However, it is helpful to document them all in one place. Information that should be considered includes information exchange name, information exchange sender, information exchange receiver, one time or frequency, is this the one, periodic exchange, start and due dates, model file type, software used to create the file, native file type, file exchange type, and receiver type. Interactive workplace. The project team should consider the physical environment it will need throughout the life cycle of the projects to accommodate the necessary collaboration, communications, and reviews that will improve the BIM plan decision-making process. We have to describe how the project team will be located. Consider questions like, will the team be co-located? If so, where is the location and what will be in that space? Will there be a BIM trailer? If yes, where will it be located and what will be in this space, such as computer, projectors, tables, table configuration? Include any additional information necessary, information about workspace on the project. Electronic communication procedure. Establish communication protocol with all project team members. Electronic communication with stakeholders can be created, uploaded, sent out, and archived through a collaborative project management system. Save copies of all project-related communication for safekeeping and future reference. Document management, file, folder structure, permission and access, and folder maintenance, and folder notification, and file naming convention should also be resolved and defined. Remember, this is 14 items. Okay, quality control. Project team should determine and document their overall strategy for quality control of the model. To ensure model quality in every project phase and before information exchange, procedure must be defined and implemented. Each BIM created during life cycle of the project must be pre-planned. Consider model content, level of detail, format, and party responsible for updates and distribution of the model and data to various parties. Each party contributing to the BIM model should have a responsible person to coordinate the model. This person, as part of the BIM team, should participate in all major BIM activities as required by the team. They should be responsible for addressing issues that might arise with keeping the model and data update accurate and comprehensive. Quality control of deliverables must be accomplished at each major activities such as design reviews, coordination meetings, or milestone. The standard of data quality should be established in the planning process and agreed upon by the team. Standards such as AEC, CADD, and National Building Information Model Standard may be appropriate for the team to consider. If a delivery does not meet the team's standard, the reason why the delivery is lacking should be further investigated and prevented in the future. The deliverable needs to comply with the standard required by the owners and agreed upon by the project team. So, quality control check. Each project team member should be responsible for performing quality control check of their design, dataset, and model properties before submitting their deliverables. Documentation confirming that a quality check was performed can be part of the TechIT submission of BIM report. The BIM manager should be the one to confirm quality of the model after the revision were made. The following quality control checks should be considered when determining a planned quality control. We need to have a visual check, interference check, standard check, and element validation. Visual check is ensure there are no unintended model components and the design intent has been followed by the using of the navigation software. Can be Naviswork. Interference check detect problems in the model where two building components are clashing by a conflict detection software. So we need to have a clash detection software. Standard check ensure that the model is to standard agreed upon the team, naming, the properties, color, etc. Those standard. Ensure that the data set has no undefined or incorrectly defined elements. Yes, you need to make sure that all the data set, all the information is correct and correctly there and incorrectly defined. Each party should designate a responsible party to make sure that the agree upon a process for quality control of models and data has been followed before accepting submittals and model revision. Technology and infrastructure needs. Okay, so here it defines the software, it defines the computer hardware, and then modeling content reference information. We need to define this. Okay. Modeling structure. The team must identify the methods to ensure model accuracy and comprehensiveness. After agreeing on the collaboration procedures and technology infrastructure needs, the planning team should reach consensus on how the model is created, organized, communicated, and controlled. Items to consider include defining the file name structures for all designer, contractor, subcontractor, and other project member. Describing and diagram how the models will be separated. In example, by building, by floors, by zone, by areas, and the discipline. Describing the measurement system and coordinated system to be used to allow for easy model integration. Identifying and agreeing upon items such as BIM and CAD standard content and reference information and the version of the IFC, etc. The project deliverables. The project items should be considered that deliverables are required by the project owner with the delivery, project pace, due date, format, and any other specific information about the deliverables should be considered. Nowadays, we have MIDP and TIDP that will be explained into ISO 19650. When implementing BIM on a project, attention should be paid to delivery method and construction method before the project begins. Ideally, a more integrated approach such as design build or integrated project delivery IPT would be used. While it is usually yield the best result for the project, an integrated approach is not always possible on all projects. This could be because of a number of reasons. Additionally, the contract type and delivery method may have already been selected before BIM planning takes place. If this is the case, the team need to consider future subcontractor and consultant and also consider what steps are necessary to ensure a successful BIM implemented no matter what the delivery method is. BIM can be implemented successfully with all delivery methods. Defining the project delivery approach. If the project contract type and delivery method have not yet met, it is important to consider how they will affect the implementation of BIM of the project. All delivery methods can benefit from the use of BIM. However, core concepts are more easily implemented with higher level of integration in the project delivery process. When planning the impact of BIM on the delivery approach, the planning team should consider the four main decision: organizational structure, typical delivery method, procurement method, payment method, and work breakdown stream. Okay. Considering BIM requirements when selecting the delivery approach and when drafting contracts, integrated project delivery, the design build, or maybe we can just skip this one. Team selection procedure. Okay, we can also skip this one. BIM contract language. Implementing the BIM Project Execution Planning procedure. Okay. Okay, this is seems like the summary. So we have to identify the BIM goals and uses. The first meeting should be focused on the discussion. Also, this is the meeting structure for developing BIM project execution plan. Just in case that you are the person who is responsible or in charge to 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 execute the BIM planning. So the first meeting, this is all the goal: introduce and discuss BIM experience. So you have to have an introduction to ensure develop BIM goals, reference BIM goal template document. You have to show the BIM goal template. Identify which BIM use to pursue. So you go to BIM use worksheet. Okay, and then develop the frequency of sequencing of BIM use and identify responsibility party to develop the high level. Okay, so you have to develop the high level BIM overview process map. Identify the responsible parties to develop the detailed BIM use process maps and the level 2 maps. So when you are enumerating it, and then you will ask them who can be the responsible here. There some parties are obvious. Okay, and then organize the schedule for future meetings, and then another meeting. It can be a weekly meeting. Agree on the task ahead and who is responsible for each. The missed meeting should be attended by the senior management, personnel, and the BIM management staff for all involved participants, including the owner, designer, contractor, and then the Task priority for meeting number 2. After the kick-off meeting, the organization should clearly understand who will be the responsible for the defined task. And what is the sequences the BIM use will be executed. The responsible party for the level 1 map should clearly document and distribute it to the project team for review project following meeting. Each responsible party for the specified BIM use should also draft their workflow prior to the design BIM project execution process meeting number 2. At the meeting number 2, okay, design BIM project execution process. Initially, the meeting number 2 is referring to the BIM goals and uses, and then for the BIM number 2, we are identifying the process. The project specific BIM use process map shall contain detailed process plan that clearly defines the different activities to be performed, who will perform them, and what information will be created and shared with the future processes. The agenda for this meeting will include 1. Review the initial BIM goals and uses. So they have to review it. Review the high-level BIM object process map. Okay, you have the first process map, and this is the high level. Review the more detailed workflow from the various parties and identify areas of overlap of gaps between the various modeling tasks. Review the process to address opportunities and concerns. Identify the primary information exchange with the process. Identify the responsible party for coordinating its information exchange, including the author and user of each exchange. Allow sub-teams for each information exchange to coordinate potential interim meetings and as needed to discuss in the information exchange requirement. Agree on the task ahead and who is responsible for each. This meeting should be attended by the owner, BIM managers, and project managers for the project. It may also be valuable to have contracting manager in attendance or have them brief soon after the meeting. So in the first meeting, it is just it's a senior management personnel, but in the second meeting, it can just be a the owner, BI manager, and project manager. Task prior for meeting number 3. After the design BIM project execution process meeting, the team must focus on developing the information exchange. The third step, each responsible party for the exchange should take the lead in the developing the information exchange. The author of the information exchange will need to coordinate with the information receiver to ensure that they have developed consistent information exchange with minimal inconsistency to discuss the meeting 3. The team members should also prepare for the discussion regarding the infrastructure requirement which will occur in meeting 3. Team members should compile example of typical method that they have used or wish to use on the project to share with them. Meeting number 3, develop information exchange and define supporting infrastructure for BIM implementation. And here are the agenda. Review the initial BIM goals and BIM uses to ensure that the project planning remains consistent with the initial goals. Review the information exchange requirements developed by the team members between meeting 2 and meeting 3. Identify the infrastructure needed to support the process and information exchange as defined in Chapter 5, and agree on the task ahead who is responsible for each. This meeting should be attended by the BIM managers. It may also be valuable to have contract manager in attendance or briefed soon after this meeting. Task priority to meeting number 4. I believe that it's just only up to the meeting number 4. The categories and information should be compiled into final BIM execution plan format and distributed to the project team in preparation for the final plan review meeting. Meeting number 4, review final BIM project execution plan. The agenda for this meeting will include review the draft BIM project execution plan, develop the project control system to ensure that the plan is being followed and what the plan is up to date, outline the procedure for formal adaptation of the BIM project execution plan and monitoring, agree on the task ahead who is responsible for each. This meeting should be attended by the owner, BIM manager, all the parties that is responsible for the identified BIM use. Task after meeting 4, once the meeting are complete, the BIM project execution plan should be distributed to all parties and approved as appropriate for the project and contracting structure. Team members should ensure that the plan monitoring and updating procedure is implemented in the project control system. Planning and meeting schedule. Once the first task of the team is to determine the planning meeting schedule, the schedule should identify the defined meetings along with the schedules dates for the meeting. The team may decide they wish to spread the planning procedure across several weeks with one of the defined meetings each week or every other week, but they also may wish to define an accelerated planning schedule over several days with the team specifically focused on the development of the plan. Monitoring progress against the BIM execution plan. Once the initial BIM execution plan is created, it will need to be continuously communicated, monitored, and updated throughout the project. In particular, the project information plan should be embedded in the appropriate contracts and then updated as needed when new team members join the project team. At a minimum, it is valuable for the BIM managers from the various team members to meet on a monthly basis to discuss the progress of the information modeling initiatives on the project and to address any implementation challenge that team may be encountering. These meetings may be incorporated with other team meetings, but it's important to specifically address issues that may arise in the implementation of the plan. It is important for the team to continuously modify the plan process as needed due to the addition of team members, revision to available technologies, change to the overall project condition, and the reflect the actual process that involved. The team should agree to a formal plan for accepting updates to the plan and the accurate document any change to the original plan for communication to other team members, as well as the accurate future use and reference. BIM planning for organization. As stated in the introduction, BIM plans requires typical method developed by each organization involved. The purpose of this chapter is to define how organization can utilize a BIM project execution planning to develop this typical method for BIM project implementation. Figure 7.1, I already discussed this earlier. With BIM goals, we have identified this BIM use, BIM process map. Okay, we already discussed this one, and BIM information exchange and BIM infrastructures. Okay, developing BIM project execution plan, that's the end goal. Okay, and here we already reached the chapter 8, conclusion and recommendation for BIM project execution planning. Throughout the validation of the BIM project execution planning process, there have been many concepts identified as recommendation for key to success implementation. If all of these aspects are taken into consideration, it should lead not only to a better BIM project execution plan, but also better implementation of BIM throughout the life cycle of the project. Each project team needs a BIM champion. Okay, a project using the BIM execution planning procedure successfully when there is at least one person with a strong desire to develop the BIM plan, typically from the owner organization or a program construction management role. These champions take time to learn the procedure and how to help compile the final BIM plan. They also market the value and necessity of the process to the other project team members. It is very important that the champion on the project encourage the team to take time to plan the work, even if there is strong pressure to begin developing model content. Owner involvement is critical throughout the entire process. By providing the guidelines for model and information deliverables, the owner can emphasize the importance of BIM implementation for reaching their desired end goals of the facility. The owner involvement and enthusiasm regarding the process can encourage project team members to seek best practices that will benefit the entire project. The owner should consider writing a BIM execution plan into their contact documents to ensure that the document planning and project are completed to their expectation. It is essential that the project team foster an open environment of sharing collaboration. The BIM execution planning process required organization to provide information regarding their standard practices, including information file. While certain contract structure can lead to collaboration challenge, the goal of this procedure is to have team develop BIM process containing deliverables that will be beneficial to all members involved. In order to reach this agreement, the project team needs to have open line communication to be successful. The team members must buy into the process and be willing to share this intellectual content with the other team members. The BIM project execution planning procedure can be adapted for multiple use and situation beyond the original scope of the project. Even if a project team takes only what they need from the procedure and do not complete the entire process, this project will still create comprehensive BIM plans. Teams have the ability to revise the template documents to fit their specific processes without modifying any of the core steps of the planning procedure. These teams then have the ability to eventually add other portion of the procedure which will further assist of their planning. Okay, last page. The BIM project execution procedure can be adapted to different contracting structure. It has been proven that the BIM process has the ability to be more comprehensively adapted in an integrated project delivery method. However, none of the case study used to validate this procedure were used with IPD contract. Because of this, it is evident that the core steps of the procedure are helpful no matter the delivery method of the project. Depending on the contract strategy, additional steps may be needed to ensure the project planning success. Developing an organizational BIM project execution plan before project inception can decrease project planning time. By performing organizational level planning, the team can reduce the amount of time spent on each step of the planning process and maintain the manageable planning scope by defining their standard goals, use, process, and information exchange. There is a great value on early planning. If planning does not take place early, extra time may be needed to resolve inconsistency downstream. This often results in more time and resources used than the original planning would have needed. The BIM plan should be treated as a living document. Boom. When beginning the BIM project execution planning process, it is valuable to understand that the BIM plan will be constantly changing and updated. It is unrealistic to assume that the project team will have all information necessary to completely develop a BIM plan at the inception of the project. It will take time to populate the information because additional and new information must be incorporated as the project team members are added. Once an initial plan is developed, it must be reviewed regularly. A revision schedule needs to set based on the frequency that the project team deems appropriate. Throughout the life cycle of the project, it is important to keep the initial project goals in mind is to ensure that the team is working towards their completion. If there is any deviation, there should be a reassessment of or a rededication of the original goals. The appropriate resources must be made available to ensure planning success. It is important to keep in mind that the level of effort needed for this process should not be underestimated. Project teams must consider the time allocated for planning when generating both the project schedules and project budget. Due to the learning curve associated with this process, teams should overestimate the time it will take to produce BIM Project Execution Plan. The time associated with the learning curve can be reduced by educating involved team members before delving into the process. Without proper planning, before the project specific meeting begins, many unexpected issues may arise that could have been solved at an early time. This procedure creates an opening for all BIM related discussion. Certain issues may have been assumed or not even considered before the initial planning meeting. This discussion, while maybe not pertaining directly to the BIM execution plan, may be extremely important and necessary to allow for the entire process to run seamlessly. The BIM project execution planning process will become more efficient once the team have gone through the process several times and have developed many of their own planning resources. So these are the Appendix A, the BIM goal worksheet. Okay. The BIM use description, this is 21 numbers, it percent is 25, so you can just read it. Okay. So the description, BIM use, okay, record modeling, you have site utilization, construction system design, the material markup, digital fabrication. The client could have read this one, and the BIM manager should able to explain the usage, the value of this one. Okay, design review. We are reached the appendix side. Okay. And then this is the BIM use analysis worksheet. Okay. Proceed, not proceed. Okay. So this is in appendix C. And then we have process maps. This is in the chapter 2. This is the level 1 process maps. And this is the level 2 process map pertaining with the BIM uses. The 24 BIM uses. They have provided very good example. You can edit it, you can modify it, you can make it project specific. Okay. And then you have this lab example process map. Okay. Okay, there is this is a example. Okay. Okay, this is the example, and then they identify just only 4 BIM uses. Okay, this is just only the example, and then this is the information exchange worksheet. Okay, and then you can realize you can see that the model elements breakdown, and we have this template of project execution plan. So this is BIM execution plan. Okay, and then we have these appendices. So basically we just manage in 3 days. We managed to at least 80 to 90% read this document, but unfortunately I just saw version 3 of this document. So basically we have to have another reading session with regards with the version 3 of this one. But it's I like reading. I find reading is
This is something which I enjoy the most. Okay, and I'm going to post it in my in my personal YouTube account. Okay, and then here's the this is really what it is, and that's basically my episode number one. And again, if I miss the mark on my details, or if I miss a lot of things in my review and my study, please let me know. I'm also here to learn with you, not to preach at you. Okay, I'm not the person who try. Okay, if 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 this kind of presentation spark your curiosity, I appreciate that you like the video. Okay, so the others could find it. You you tell me the comments, your comments about the correction, and even question, or even tell me the next topic to request, and you can help me to subscribe in my BIM learning journey. Next week, I will be tackling the US National BIM Standard version 1, part 1. Until then, just keep on asking questions, and remember, when in doubt in BIM, better call Mark. All right? Bye.